in America would be manufacturing war crime weapons, but that doesn't make
Wait,
any
he
sense,
responded to
Blondie.
the Al Jazeera story? Robert Barnes?
Oh, Robert Barnes has, yeah. I responded to him. Vaughn actually liked my tweet. Robert Barnes has decided that because he didn't get selected to be part of the administration, he's just decided to go full anti-administration. I've realized that's what's happened. He's basically the Candace Owens of politics. Like Candace Owens is on this random tear because Charlie didn't marry her. And so Robert Barnes, because he didn't get appointed to something in the administration, he's decided to just tear the administration down by saying the most retarded shit on Twitter.
I'm telling you guys, do not have female friends. Do not have a business partner that's a female. It'll come back to bite you later on. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
My dad told me that decades ago, and I thought, God, what? He's so old-fashioned. He also told me about caliphates, and I thought, oh, he's so paranoid.
He's right on both.
I think he was right on both.
Since I think like 15 years old, I've told boys, I'm sorry, I don't believe in boys and girls being friends. No, we cannot be friends.
Oh my God, get Myron Gaines out of here, somebody. Misogyny.
I'm Myron Gaines?
It's like I'm listening to Myron Gaines speaking. Misogyny.
Oh, misogyny, as Candace Owens would.
Misogyny. Like Candace Owens would misread, yes.
Yes,
because she can't read to save her own life.
No, men and women shouldn't be friends, and you should not be in business with a woman. Unless it's your wife, and whatever, you know how that works.
The exceptions don't make the rule. There are a few exceptions, let's just say, but
there exactly. I've known this since I've been young. Welcome to the party, everybody. Don't make yourself problems that already are going to be problematic.
Just don't smash. That's my 2 cents. Nobody respects.
No smashing.
Nobody respects you.
There was no smashing. No.
Who is talking about Kyriakou?
It was.
Are they still in the space?
James Falk and Restitutor. Restitutor is down there, yeah. And some of us. Why? What happened?
So what I watched was the 2.5-hour interview on Joe Rogan.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, and he details. And I'm just going through the transcript. He details, and he's got the day of the week. It was a Wednesday, then it was a Friday. That journalist asked President Bush, about, is it true, CIA's torture program, blah, blah, blah. And Bush says no, and then the reporter pushes on it. And Bush says, well, if is torture, it's because of a rogue CIA officer. And he figures out, oh, they're going to pin it on me. Because there's something else going on about the journalists and where the source is and all that stuff. So then he goes on the interview and details that there is a torture program. Then the CIA files with the FBI a crimes report saying that he'd revealed classified information. But then they sent a letter to his attorney declining to prosecute. So it was never proven. Well, unless he's lying, but that's what he's saying. And then it came out in discovery. Then they accused him of committing espionage. Then what came out in discovery's messages President Donald Trump between Holder and Bannon, where Holder says, no, my people don't think he committed espionage. And Bannon says, charge him anyway and make him defend himself. Then they dropped the espionage charges later, but he went bankrupt in the process with the legal fees.
This is just how Democrats treat people. Like, as much as he might be a scumbag now, like, that's exactly how Democrats have treated Republicans in every administration. Like, that doesn't shock me. John Brennan is one of the worst people. He lied to Congress. Remember, he wasn't charged for lying to Congress about mass surveillance. So I think that he should get the John Kyriakou treatment and charge him and make him defend himself.
Well, he wasn't he a Republican? He was under Bush first, and then he went under Obama.
Nope, he's a communist.
But Kyriakou's a Democrat.
John Brennan, terrible person.
By the way, what is Rep. Nancy Mace doing by going on Piers Morgan and saying there's all these lists of Republicans and this, and she's seen all the lists, and the cover-up is the craziest cover-up in history? What is going on with her? Is everybody lost their mind?
Who is this?
Rep Nancy Mace. What Max? What's like?
Nancy Mace has always been an attention
But you
seeker.
would be
Come on.
shocked, Pierce, at some of the names that I've seen that came across the DOJ in emails that the DOJ is protecting. And we're talking about people on both sides of the aisle. We're talking about famous people, rich people, people in power, prime ministers, former presidents, etc., media personalities that are named in these files. And that's why I say this is going to go down as the greatest cover-up, one of the greatest cover-ups in American history. And I don't believe the girls are actually going to see justice, which is why it's going to be incumbent upon people like Democrat Ro Khanna, Republican Thomas Massey. I'm a Republican myself who's willing to name some of those names in our committee work, on the floor of the House, whatever it takes, because this kind of thing cannot continue to go on. I want to give the next girl hope that when she comes forward, she won't be shamed. Her life won't be smeared in the Daily Mail or whatever the next press, is going to do. What they do to female victims and to children is disgusting because they're protecting the rich and powerful.
Okay, is she getting primaried or something? Like what? I don't understand.
Still,
She's
she
an
does it
attention
every
seeker, is
single
all it
time.
is.
There's a reason Matt Walsh hates her.
Okay, what'd you say, Max?
She's an attention seeker. There's not really much to it.
Wait a second. She's running for governor of South Carolina, I thought.
Is she?
Yeah. That's probably what it is.
She literally gets no legislation passed. She just goes out and does these political stunts. Like when she accused that person of assaulting her by like putting it into the congressional record or whatever. Like she just she only deals with issues of sex and sexuality and scandal because she knows it gets her on TV. It's unproductive to say the least.
Okay, so is James Fishback allowed to shoot anybody that comes to his house?
Well, first of all, it's not his gun, and then second, he said he's not suicidal, so he's not going to be shooting the person who lit his house on fire.
Okay, wait a second.
If you come back, if you threaten our campaign, if you lay hands on a single one of our volunteers, if you come back to this home and our staff, our volunteers are working hard, we're not waiting for the police. We're going to shoot you with an AR-15, sight on scene, 5.56. Yeah! That's what we're going to do. It's very simple.
Do you not know what sight unseen means?
He has no idea anything about the gun. He's holding it like
Sight unseen.
Wait.
Sight unseen means you buy something without seeing
Sight
it. If you're
unseen.
shooting
Well,
things
sight
without seeing them.
unseen.
I don't know what universe are we in? This is because these men are not breastfed. I'm telling you, there is something wrong. It's a very low IQ. This is formula, baby. I'm gonna suggest.
Where's my money, you war criminal?
War
He
criminal.
wants to sell all the Israel bonds.
Sight unseen. You should do a side by side with Jack Posobiec holding his rosary at TPSA up in the sky, which you're not supposed to do because it's considered blasphemous, which I found out from my Catholic brothers and sisters repeatedly, like everybody. And now he's holding up the gun like he's holding a rosary.
Did you realize my profile picture looks like kind of like Fishback?
Dude, Fishback
Which
tried
makes
to tell people that he was so important that where he was going to be at the Tampa Fair, like hour upon hour, like I'll be here from 6 to 7 and here from 7 to 8. Like nobody wants to see you. Nobody.
Wait. The Tampa Fair, like this is like a thing.
Yeah,
where
so the state fair is where I live in Tampa. And he is like, I'm going to be here from 6 to 7. Come meet me. 7 to 8. Like, he's like so accessible. Like, dude, nobody likes you.
he's
Nobody.
BLM, but he's BLM fisting with an AR-15. I don't understand. What is that?
it's all performative. He knows it's all performative.
Yes, but in fairness, though, like the alternative, and I know you like himself, is Byron is also a disaster. So, like,
I mean, it's not
it's
really a
really
close.
not good.
I think I have credibility. Like, if it's Fishback versus Donald, it's not a close call. Like,
Okay, Matt, and neither are good, Matt. We can both.
we agree. I agree on that. Like, but this is like, it's like, what is the like? Yeah.
Apart from driving a really cringy Harley Davidson, what's the worst thing about Byron Donalds?
You've got to be kidding
Oh,
me.
and the tight jeans. Like he has Myron Gaines like one up on the tight jeans.
I'm not impressed by the guy. It's like you're gonna go from DeSantis to that.
Byron Donalds is utterly useless. Like he literally does the race baiting bullshit too. Also, his bodyguard is a complete criminal. So the guy has missed more votes than anyone in Congress, and yet he might be times better than the alternative. It's very disappointing.
Wait a second. I want to hear something. Hold
Abraham,
on.
Isaac, and Jacob in
Hold
my
on.
mind. Christians say it, Jews say it. They're like Allah and the God of Israel is. There's people like, oh, it's monotheism. They believe in one God. We believe in one God. We're all really believing in the same God. Do you think so? Is the God of Israel and Allah in your mind synonymous? Is it really the same God? What do you say about that? Do I say absolutely not? Well, because you can't yell Allah Akbar and go kill a Jew and think that that's God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in my mind. I guess that makes also. I mean, I just have to agree with Josh. I mean, Allah is not one of the names of God. God has so many names in the Bible. Allah is not one of them, and He also doesn't promise 72 virgins if you kill a Jew. It's just not the same thing. Meaning, I understand what you're trying to do. I'm not saying this. No, I understand. Allah is with us, and I'm like, Allah's with us. Oh, right for that. So that's what I'm trying to say. Meaning, it's just a little bit confusing. What you're trying to do is you're trying to like bring them on board. No, I'm not. I'm trying to think of them in their terms. I'm saying you're Allah. Okay, the Allah that you believe in. Even he is with us. Oh God. Even he's with us. Okay, but obviously to me, because a lot of people conflate the number with essence. So like, well, they believe in one God, we believe in one God, so it's the same God. No, I don't believe that either. I agree with all of you that it's not. If you take the belief in one God and you funnel that through a twisted, distorted, dark document, which is clearly written by an illiterate Muslim shepherd in the 5th century, or whatever it was. When was it written? 600 something. Yeah. 600 something. And you're saying, well, you channel that faith through that document, then it's no longer the God of Israel. It doesn't resemble anything on a fundamental level that is connected to that. So I'm not making the case that the God of Israel and Allah are synonymous in any stretch of the imagination. You're literally saying that in Arabic, Allah means God. Right. I'm saying your Allah that you believe in, that you're praying to, he's with us because I don't know why that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense? Not for me. Let's ask our listeners. I think in a rabbinic sense, there is a way, and I heard Jewish people talk about this from a non-Jewish perspective. I've never been able to get my mind around this idea. I have heard Jewish people talk about it before, but it always... Well, I'll tell you what, let me just take a poll on the top of the YouTube thing that says, do you agree with Ari that he could say this to your Allah is with us without actually believing that the Allah...
No, I don't want to hear any of this.
Who is this speaking?
This is the Israel guys had a guest on. I'll send it to you.
I think this is kind of a stupid discussion because I think the word Allah is like from the Jewish perspective, Allah is the same as the word God, which is it's not Hebrew. It's just a term. I think this is kind of like I don't see much of a point of this discussion. Like obviously that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Like if you say the word God, like in English, if you say God, like it's understood that that's not Hebrew. That's not one of the names of God. That's just like the term that we use.
I don't know. Let me think
I do
about
think
it.
it's an interesting discussion about whether Muslims are allowed to take the word God, which just means supreme deity, and then say because we're referring to a supreme deity, thereby we co-opt your supreme deity, attribute to it whatever characteristics, desires, and moral code we believe, which is in complete contravention of the generally understood moral standards that God had throughout all of history.
Yeah, I've
And
never
then
thought it's the same God, so
whatever.
I don't know. Yeah, never.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's what all the interfaith people rely on, right? Like, and that's how the Mormons end up in the same, like, we're gonna work with them on the multiple marriages and the whatever child marriage and all that, right?
Yeah,
So
the LDS
it's
with the
it's
Muslim Brotherhood
unfortunately a
stuff.
problem that people fall into that trap.
Hussein Abu Bakr Mansour. I need to hear more of him. He did a recording.
I go back to Egypt again.
Hold on 1 second.
The explosion of public support for Hamas in elite Western institutions should be an alarm to every thinking person. When I see the amount of people celebrating massacres, celebrating rape, the amount of professors, the amount of administrations that are ignoring this, it should be an alarm about not just the problem of anti-Semitism, the direction of where this country is headed. Even if you're not Jewish, I left Egypt because of my opinions. And my worst nightmare is I go back to Egypt again, or for Egypt to come here. I think it's a threat. The explosion of public...
This is by the way, on Twitter, you should follow Hussein Abu Bakr Mansour. It's so that Hussein and then Abu Bakr's Aboubakr Mansour. His writing, his essays, his Substack's phenomenal. If you're interested in understanding Marxism and communism in the Islamic world and Pan-Arabism, and also like he writes from a perspective of a warning about the Muslim Brotherhood and what that means here. It's very important. It's and it's not so nuanced that
And he follows me. so he has good taste.
Well, he follows me, and that's the best taste. So, anyways, and he's been on 2 Twitter Spaces only, and it was been with me. So, but no, I want to get him out. But he's smart. He's like a James Lindsay, but from the Middle East, right? In terms of like his writing things in certain ways, different personality. Like I don't think he's like doesn't post like edgy stuff or anything like that, but I know he's sharp witted. So, anyways, we should all have a cup of tea together. Anyway, what else? What else, Max? You've been in some interesting spaces this evening, I heard. Anything interesting there?
It was I mean, it was a space mostly. Well, it was about Epstein, then it became other stuff. I like those spaces.
I know.
Some good laughing at ourselves. I like when we can when we can laugh about the term goyim in good faith. And I was talking about how what am I talking about here?
It's okay.
Oh, just said like we need to be able to laugh at each other. Like it's if Dave Chappelle hadn't lost his mind, you could have had a good thing about like Jews and Goyim and Jews, and like made some funny skit about it. And people are just so humorless. And then we also talked about how like the Epstein stuff is like it's so much less, like a little more interesting in certain ways, but so much less interesting than all the conspiracy theories about it. And everyone in that space hated Thomas Massey.
Yeah, that's great. Was Prodigal in there? Prodigal's the best one about this.
No.
What
He
space
used
were
to
you
come to my
on?
space. He was in the that space.
What
If
space?
you're in Zag, it was Zag or who was running it, Max?
It wasn't Bosco. I forget who it was.
Zag?
Was
Was
it
it
Zag
Zag?
or
Well, Bosco was co-hosting.
probably Zag?
It wasn't Zag.
No, maybe it was a different
Was
one.
it Sam?
Oh, Sam was hosting. Yeah.
Is it
I'm
the guy
afraid.
that's always on shrooms?
No, Sam's not on shrooms.
Oh.
I'm afraid to go into any space but this one
Aw.
because of the anti-Semitism. I never know when it'll pop up, and then I'll go, "Oh,
Oh.
God."
Oh, it's like 24/7
Well,
in
when
other
Josie
spaces.
starts talking, it will.
Oh, don't be afraid of those people. Listen, they're cowards, complete cowards. I promise you, they're cowards.
What?
They're all
What do you mean?
they're all very sensitive.
Who?
He's saying just fight back, just argue back with them. Like realistically, they can't stand on their own arguments, so they will crumble when you start pushing
They
back.
absolutely
Or
will,
kick you, either way.
and they will run like the cowards that they are, because they are cowards.
No, I know, but I
Promise
have
you.
to limit my exposure to sociopathy. And
Yeah. Some people are sensitive to these things.
well, I
It's
fight
true.
all the
Guard
time
your own
online,
sanity.
but I don't like it so much in spaces because it's too personal. It's like, oh God, it's too personal. I don't like to hear people's
Thank you.
voices and stuff.
Grifters has given me the clean bill of health of no sociopathy. Thank God. Except for my long hours on here.
Are you
See,
are you kidding? You're like the moral mother of the internet.
The moral mother of the internet. As Vaughn.
Mother Teresa of spaces.
pretty much.
No, I'm not the mother. I say bad words. I say bad words. I do say bad words. And I do tell often Kurt Mills that he's a vegan eunuch that likes to scissor
Oh, that's the good
with
part. What
Frida
are you talking
Parsi.
about?
That's the best part.
Why does
That's the good part.
why does Kurt Mills look like that?
Because he's a vegan eunuch that enjoys scissoring with Frida Parsi. He's
This
gotten
right.
more opaque since in the last year. He's gotten more and more opaque. His skin keeps getting thinner, and he's like Nosferatu. He just starts to look at himself in the mirror. He's not there anymore because he's literally the skin is
So
literally getting thinner.
is he vegan? Like, is that actually confirmed?
You don't need to worry about those things. I am telling you what I know about him, and he is a vegan eunuch who enjoys scissoring with Frida Parsi. Anybody from Nyack, in fact, he would love to scissor with. So it didn't work well with him and Bannon. He got smushed, but that's what he likes to do, and he gets $545 haircuts.
What?
Yeah. It's like the DC haircut.
Short
If
hair?
you're a woman, if you're a woman, that's acceptable. If you're a man and you spend more than $100 on your haircut, you need to
I had micro beads
reevaluate
I'm
your life
sorry, a
choices.
extensions
$500 haircut.
installed, and it wasn't
That's
even that much.
no, this is ridiculous. This is some bourgeoisie weird stuff. Again, vegan eunuch. That's all we're gonna say for now.
That sounds like massage parlor pricing.
Yeah.
Oh, Cyber, we need to speak to your friend in regards to,
Text me.
or not your the Cyber boy.
Oh, never mind.
We have like he's a special. He's special. He hasn't had red meat in a long time. Max, I'm explaining to you this. Look at him how he's changed since October 7th. I sometimes I call him Nosferatu in older posts, but then the
Well,
vegan eunuch.
there was an appearance he made, and I wasn't. I mean, obviously, I was making fun of him. He deserves to be made fun of,
He also highlights his tips of his
but
hair.
he was like very seemingly drunk,
Well, like
and
clavicular.
he also uses weird phrases. He tries to sound like I don't know what he tries to sound like a stereotypical wasp or something.
Yeah.
It's like that wasn't. It's like that wasn't the thing on. He kept using like that wasn't the proposal on offer. He tries to use sophisticated. He's sort of like Joel
He's trying to
Webben.
sound like a fake lawyer.
No, he wants to be Tucker, and he's not. Right?
He's not impressed. Well, it's funny. Like it's like who. It's also funny because like he's the rare anti-Israel agitator who can't get engagement on Twitter.
That's right.
He's too passive aggressive.
So his really good friend came to my spaces early on. Now he doesn't come anymore because I heard
Oh,
Kurt Mills. Here, I'll send you his handle. I don't want to say his name because he's sensitive
no.
about these things.
The thing about all these people is like they all act like they're up to something. You
I
know,
know.
there's never they never can say what they're really saying.
Yeah.
Well, not everybody is out to get you, but everybody is out for themselves, you know?
He hasn't blocked me yet, which is
Well, it's
surprising.
sort of like I mean, it's the same thing with the grapefruit. Like every time they're like, I just have a question. Like, how can you say that Israel's an ally because 58 years ago they attacked us?
Wasn't there this thing where, like, they didn't know?
No, he's being like
I thought I was
No,
in
that's
one
what
of
they'll
the
do.
other
But they'll like
spaces for a
they'll do
moment.
it. You know, they're playing dumb. It's the same. I mean, and it's like Carrie Prejean HeZboller. Like she did the same. She played dumb. Like she came in. She had a speech from her Islamic supremacist friend.
Do you think all the Groypers are actually playing dumb, or do you just think
We
that
should
know what
do
they're
that
saying
one
have
day,
history?
Stealth. We should
It's
do
a
the whole
mixture
space
of
and just
both.
make fun of
A lot
them
of
by
them are.
acting like they do.
It's the 4chan mentality for a
Well, they
lot
are
of
Like,
dumb,
them.
did
but
you
they're always
know that
playing dumb.
Israel created a book before, and then someone wrote it, or they read the book, and then they learned something from the book, and it
It's
wasn't
called the
good for someone
Talmud, and they
else,
say
and
that
then
Jesus is burning an excrement in it.
Yeah, I don't
and then
understand.
they
Like, how can
sold
you
the
say
book.
that Jews and
Why would
Christians
you
are out?
sell the book
They'll say like, I don't understand. How can you say Jews and Christians are allies? Don't Jews say that
when
Jesus is burning and shit?
Max? Max, when they told me that the publishing company is responsible for the contents of the books, had a heart attack on the space. Like
I mean, they
literally. I
kind of
was like, so
are,
if a
but,
Jewish
like,
guy owns a printer and someone else prints something from it, the Jewish guy is
Who
responsible
is
for
they?
it.
I mean,
Like,
kind of,
what
but
is
not
going
really.
on?
Wait, who is they? Who said that to you?
This transcript of this space is going to somebody, so you're all going to be humiliated if you start
Oh,
something with
I hope it
not
is.
not
I would
you,
love my
Ginny.
Wait, are
transcript to
you
be that.
talking about like
It was
liability, like
Ian
for
Malcolm.
defamation
Mm.
purposes? Is that what you're talking about?
His name is
No,
Ian Malcolm.
You know, the Jewish
And then
actor?
the other one is Truth Teller with the F. Truth. He's telling the truth out here. That's how you know, because his
Truth
name is
Teller
Truth
is an
Teller. He has
absolutely
to be telling the truth.
if you look at Truth Teller as a parody account, he's absolutely hilarious because
I know, right? I thought he was a parody account for, like, months, but then I realized he's not.
okay, boys and girls. Listen, Interpol is very busy right now. I can't be taking calls from Interpol tonight. So
They need
let's.
a laugh. They need a little bit of a laugh.
Yeah.
Interpol already laughed. They already have the files.
well he was like really insistent that like David Barnea was dead. and I like made fun of him over and over again. And then he blocked me, and he's like, "No, Dave Barney is dead. It's confirmed." And then like I posted a video of David Barney alive in like doing some appearance after he was allegedly dead, and I said like he is risen.
Oh my God, Matt.
Shut up.
You think you think you get David Barnett to send him a signed book?
What
Be
is
like,
wrong with
watch
these
your
people?
thoughts.
Okay, they turn into a terrorist ghetto and launch rockets at anyone that came near them. New Palestine, an idea whose day has come. Where is this? In Antarctica? Wait, where? John Resmondo.
And endless possibilities awaits. Welcome to New Palestine, the most ideal place in Antarctica to build a new Palestinian state, strategically located with a capital city, port, and agricultural zones. A land of majestic mountains and endless possibilities awaits. Welcome to New Palestine, the most ideal place in...
That's very funny. John's very funny. Green Beret writes, they turned it into a terrorist ghetto and launched rockets at anyone that came near them. The polar bears. This is a funny video that
Those were Mossad polar bears.
oh my God, stop. We don't have time to train them. We're still working on the dolphins. Stop. Everybody stop.
Wait, so on the note of more about Truth Teller, whose real name is Mohammed.
Okay, can we stop in my space? I don't need more problems with IRGC. Come on. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Stealth. Every time he's talking, you know what he's doing because you hear this in the background. Here, look. He's like flipping through the book, and then he's like,
No, he tried to paint me as
"Oh,
like a
there's the
PDF
page.
file
Okay, it was
supporter.
Mr."
I was like, dude, it's just that
But
words matter. Like, if an
No,
older
the
dude goes after a
the best
17-year-old,
part
it's not a
about Truth,
PDF file.
look,
Like, sorry.
hold on.
look, the best part. No, pay attention. The best part about Truth Teller is that word for word, verbatim, he says the same exact things over and over and over, and
He's
so
got
does
that
Ian Malcolm.
he's
Like
got
that's
that
not even
delivery.
normal behavior.
But Ian Malcolm
He has
is
that
smoother in his delivery, though. Like, it's still, like, listenable if you don't listen to the words and just, like, the cadence.
Ian Malcolm sounds smart. Truth Teller is like I feel like when he's talking, everyone else is kind of like holding their breath, like, I hope this guy doesn't say anything too stupid.
Well, all I can say is that, I'm sick of Muslim guys pretending to be white guys online and being white nationalists. Because, white nationalists, at least we can agree on some things. But with cosplaying, Shia Muslims, I don't know. I don't know what to do with.
Adam Media is just the absolute worst.
What?
He's the
Oh yeah.
Pakistani guy, right?
Does he do
Yeah.
spaces?
He's the Pakistani guy, right? From England. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, so Truth Teller, I looked at Truth Teller's 4 most popular posts ever.
You
One,
I don't pay attention to these people, but okay.
the Mossad chief is dead. 2, an Israeli website called Hess says that Iran killed 1,228 soldiers in the 12-day war. Then it turned out that website does not exist. 3, an article in which a rabbi in Iceland says that Iceland must take in more refugees. That article does not exist. And then 4 is a photograph of Sam Altman sitting next to Jeffrey Epstein, which is obviously AI generated.
A massive sinkhole has swallowed a key section of roadway in Shanghai, China. So now God is literally sucking them into the earth. This is wild. This is people aren't even
Called
running.
tofu drag construction stealth. They have so much corruption that they have this whatever.
It was the Indian engineers. They sent them over there. The guys with the fake
Speaking of
degrees.
Indian,
You see that 100,000 fake
there's
degrees.
somebody in my chat that says he lives in New Palestine. I was like, what is that? It's like it's a city in Indiana.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe
I
it's
didn't know
Pennsylvania or something. I don't know.
that. I didn't know that. Is it run?
Yeah,
Do
we got
Jews run it
Palestine,
Syria
too?
here.
Ohio.
Are the Jews in charge of that too? Like their weather?
Wait a second. What is this?
The child raping in the books of Imam Khomeini. A group of people came out saying, no, this is not true. Tawhid is lying. These are not the books of Khomeini. Trying to stick up for a absolute advocate for child raping. So how about I just show you the book? This here is Tahrir al-Wasila, and it's volume number 2, and published in the Islamic Republic of Iran. We'll take a look at the license of the book, published by the institute that publishes and spreads the
teachings of Imam Khomeini. This is their email if you'd like to go and say thank you to them. These advocates for child rape. This is the book that I was forced to study in the Islamic Institute of Iran. This is the book of Sharia law. Come over here. The chapter of marriage, the ethics of conducting a marriage contract, marriage procedure, page number 255. Sharia law number 12. Clearly he rules. This is his verdict. لا يجوز وطء الزوجة قبل إكمال 9 سنين. It is not permissible to sexually penetrate the wife before she finishes 9 years old, whether it be permanent or temporary marriage. وأما سائر الاستمتاعات, as for other methods and means of sexual pleasure and entertainment, كاللمس بشهوة, like touching out of sexual lust and hugging out of sexual lust, والتفخيد, thighing, which basically means folding the thighs of the underage girl and penetrating her thighs.
Okay, I don't want
All
to
of
hear
these.
more. I can't even.
On today's episode of How Fucked Up Is Fucked
Yeah,
Up.
I don't
I
want.
That's fucked
started
up.
throwing up right in the beginning.
I can't. I can't.
They're
I
barely
can't.
civilized. Hey, did you guys see the fight between the Green Prince and she comes in the space from Iran and has all those spaces. Her name starts with a G.
Oh yeah, they're in a big fight because it's
What's her name?
Goldie? Yeah, or
Goldie,
something.
yeah, they're in a fight. Yeah, they're in a fight.
The member of parliament from Canada, Goldie Omari.
Yeah, she's in
So
a
Oh,
fight
that's
with.
not too bad. I mean, I have to support the Green Prince because, like, he actually put his life on the line. But I kind of like her.
I think it's because he thinks that having the Pahlavi is a bad idea.
He doesn't believe in the monarchy. Yeah, he doesn't believe in the monarchy.
But what else are they going to do? Like, it doesn't have to be permanent.
A president and a parliamentary system. If they don't want a parliament, like a president and like
No,
like
but
a
I mean
board.
day one. Like, isn't he?
Let's be
even if
real.
it's
He's right.
temporary.
Transition team. A transition team. Pahlavi is going to be part of like a business of billionaires who are Iranian from the diaspora that are going to come. It's like, there's going to be people from pharmaceutical, people from technology, gas and oil, like modernization systems, like economic people. They're going to have a transition team at board and panel to get them back online and bring them back up to normalcy because they need they need water, right? So there's going to be
with Pahlavi, right?
Let's be
Pahlavi's going to be
real.
on it.
Like,
Yeah.
the Green Prince is correct,
So
right?
what's
We
wrong
know
with
the
that?
Green Prince is correct technically, but we also know that you need to accept the allies who will fight alongside you in times of crisis like this.
Right.
So, like, realistically, you can't go alienating the group of people that are monarchists, even though they live in like a little bit of a movie where they think that they're gonna have their Disney prince come back on his white horse with his beautiful sparkly uniform. It's all like very well and good for them to want that, but right now we need to just triage and like stop the protesters from getting gunned down in the street by machine guns. Then we can negotiate the exact form of government afterwards. Like, whatever.
Right. So who's
Like,
taking
America
that
had
side?
constitutional conventions, right? Then they passed in 1791 they passed the Bill of Rights, and then they continued to like reform the government, like the structure of government in the United States to get to the point where you are now, which I think is pretty healthy. But that didn't all happen in 1774. So like we do have to recognize that this is going to be a process, and I do think there needs to be a little bit less of the friendly fire and a little bit more of the beheading ayatollahs.
So is Goldie or the Green Prince more in line with what you're suggesting?
There's
I think that
there's a
they
blend of
shouldn't be
both.
arguing with each
They
other in
shouldn't
public.
argue with each other
Okay.
because they're it's like, listen, he's faced real like brutality. Like, she's lived, well, I mean, her family has experienced things obviously in Iran, but he's like physically been tortured by Hamas. So he wants somebody who's kind of bad. He wants like a military person who's willing to stand up for their people over there, and there should be a military coup. Somebody should be willing to do a military coup there, and then they should have a board, and then they should have proper voting and stuff, right? But you're going to have a transitionary government. It's very sensitive for them. It's like when us after October 7th, the beginning of the war, we're very raw. For them, it's very sensitive right now. It's horrible what's going on in the streets, and I said 100,000 are going to die before anything happens to them. And I said this for over a year now, and I feel bad to say it, but I said they have to go in. And this is obviously, I'm not condoning this. I'm not saying that, I would do something like this, but the men over there, 1 million to 2 to 3 million men, need to go out in the middle of the night, go to the IRGC leadership and start taking them out and slitting their throats in the street. and that is the
Headshot.
only way. I'm sorry. That is the only way. That is the only way that they can save their country. And when enough have died, maybe I don't know, 300, 400 of the IGC leadership, you're going to start to see they're going to start to surrender because no, and you don't touch their wives, you don't touch their children, you don't rape them, you don't do what the other people did to these people. You do not touch their women and children. This is or their sons even if the son is 17. You don't do. You go strictly for the leadership people, and you make an example of things. This is a brutal, has to be a brutal civil war, or else you're going to lose another 50,000 like women and young men and young. It's very tough. Nobody wants to say that, but you ask.
Hmm.
Listen, my statement comes from having a ton of lots of military guys after October 7th, when there was this conversation about the regime change in Iran. Early on, the Iranians were talking about this because this was something that they had wanted even before that, because they had already gone through some massive internal like protests that were stopped, and they couldn't pursue the collapse of the regime. So there was already this discourse online where, and so all the military guys all said the exact same thing. It has to be, they have vehicles, these people, they can train and do car bombs, that they you have to do counterinsurgency. The problem is generally speaking, the Iranian people, generally speaking, not the evil ones, they're all military trained, and the men are 18 and above for at least 2 years of service. But most of them are like, they have a higher level of IQ than Hamas and other
Hmm.
terrorist groups, right? So they're not
Hmm.
used to like doing counterinsurgency, Taliban. They're not like, they're like city people for the most part. Not
Hmm.
all cities, but for the most part, they're all city people. So for them, this is like strange, like they're merchants. They've
They're
had
more
businesses.
intellectual
Yeah,
than
they've had,
like
yeah,
boots
yeah.
on the ground. You got to clamp it down.
Yeah, yeah. So, but they do have the military service, so they need to do like counterterrorism stuff there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The military guys explained it many times in many spaces. This is the only way I see it happening. You really, you have to be willing to lose 10,000 trying to storm the gates of where all these people are living, because they're in gated communities like IRGC, and do crazy stuff. And you have to overwhelm them with overwhelming numbers. And a lot of people are going to die. It's very sad. So a lot of military guys are like, no, we need to see that you're really, I don't think the women should be on the street. I don't understand what's going on that the women are on the street. Definitely not. The women should be on the street. This is, even though they may want to, that is not a place for females to be protesting. I'm sorry. The savagery of these people and what they do to the girls is like unprecedented. Um, you know.
And so Green Prince is also advocating like a stronger
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
force type
Oh
thing
yeah,
to make sure things don't go out of control. And
yeah.
maybe Goldie's a little bit too idealistic, but of course she's sensitive. I
Well, we're
mean,
women. We're
people don't
women.
want
Like,
other
I'm
people to
sorry,
tell them
it's
what to
women.
do.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
we're women.
it's hard.
Yeah, yeah. And it's her people. It's not his ethnicity. And so he has a feeling because he's Hamas, and Hamas was funded by Iran. So there's like all these mixed emotions, right? For
Yeah, and high emotions. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, very high emotions. Yeah, so you can understand like the thing. So okay, wait a second. Um, um,
I mean, this would be could be such a tremendous positive improvement for the Middle East and the world if it can happen right. So I hope it does.
And I'm just kind of worried that like it's going to hit the people, like the civilians in Israel too. Like there's also that risk. So it's like if we can avoid it, like I'm sorry, I'm kind of in the side that if you can avoid it, avoid it.
the strike packages are specifically at military sites and military infrastructure and at the besieged. It's not a civilian concern. Wasn't a civilian concern when Israel did the 12 days. They were very good at what they did. Obviously, like the one of the big RGC generals is sleeping next to his wife. Obviously, in that targeted strike, she's also going to die. But a lot, the when you're talking about the high IRGC ranking leadership, a lot of those women are like the women that are on the UN. They are like brutally Shia, Josie. They're like they're
Oh no, I'm talking
condoning.
about the Israeli civilians, not the Iranian
Oh
civilians.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh no, I was talking about. Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about Iranians. No,
Like
I'm
if they
saying like,
retaliate in Israel, everybody's in their bomb shelter. Like it's some scary stuff. Like it's
yeah, yeah. It's not a joke. Not a joke. Not a joke. No question about that. Not a joke. It's not a joke. It's very serious. I'll see. I don't know. Netanyahu's, I don't know if Netanyahu had other meetings. I haven't heard anything. I have to look at the Israeli channels. I haven't looked at them all day.
Like, what was he going there for?
The president called him. They're deciding on Iran. They're deciding on, this is like serious stuff. Oh God. In Gaza, they're killing more Palestinians, the other Palestinians.
The Palestinian, and they're gonna blame the idea for it.
No, they're the video filming it. Everybody knows. These are the people that Carrie and Candace want to pretend they don't know anything about. So
No, they're already blaming the idea for it.
no, I mean this. She hasn't even seen this stuff. She has no idea. She's never watched the
She
conference.
was too busy blaming Erica Kirk for Charlie's murder earlier today. She was trying to say
did
something
she?
to the effect of like the what she was saying on that interview with Jesse Waters, that it didn't add up. Charlie wouldn't do something like that and go sleep with the toddler right before going on a flight. I think they had
Wait,
an
wait, 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 wait. She spoke to
argument.
Jesse Waters today?
No, she was commenting on that interview. She's gone batshit crazy. Like, it's just, she met with Erica Kirk in person, and it's like it only made it worse for some reason.
Who did?
Candace and Erica Kirk, they met up in person at
Oh
the
yeah,
end
yeah,
of
yeah. That I
December.
know. Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
it's like it only made it worse. Like, now she's full blown like Erica being responsible, and it's just like, woman, like,
Yes,
no.
because Candace thought that Charlie loved her, and then he chose Erica because Erica is not schizophrenic.
Allegedly, in my opinion.
No, Erica's a great mom.
Allegedly, in my
She's a
opinion.
gem.
Allegedly, in my opinion. You're welcome. Hey, we don't want to get sued here.
We won't sue you here. It's okay.
I mean, I know we got a lot of Jews up in here, so like we should be good, but better safe than sorry. We at least have one sibling who's a lawyer. Everybody in here, I think so, including myself.
I don't.
Okay, but you gotta know somebody. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, I know one of the biggest lawyers in Trump's administration. If I need something,
Yeah, okay.
he owes me a few favors by now. Maybe, hold on a second. I'm looking. I'm trying to see what came out from today.
Did you see the video from Minnesota about the autistic girl who got evicted because there was a Medicaid fraud where the organization that was supposed to be providing her like home care, like her shadow person, they were supposed to provide 10 hours a day. They were not doing that. They were only providing 2 hours a day. So they got investigated. And as a result, the state evicted this woman and made her homeless. She's like a 20-something-year-old autistic woman, like good person, whatever. The news channels like following her around for like weeks at a time while she's living out of her car. They don't like get her help or anything. Like they're just like, "Oh, this is terrible." The state doesn't care. Like Tim Waltz, Mr. We have to take care of everybody, da da da, doesn't give a fuck. Like I've rarely seen videos that make me so angry, because like these scammers run a scam, and at the end of the day, it's like the people that actually need support that get like in trouble and like suffer.
Yep, sounds about right. They're too busy laundering that money back to Somalia, so they don't have time to take care of people who actually need help.
Yeah, but like the important point is that it's important to investigate fraud, but you have to realize when you're investigating Medicaid fraud and all these kinds of things, if there's an organization that's providing legitimate services to 20% of their customer base and you are intending on shutting them down, you do have to have a transition structure in place to make sure that the people actually receiving legitimate care don't have an interruption in their care, right? Like as much as you have to shut down the fraud, and you must shut down the fraud, you also have to make sure that the elderly people or the people with developmental challenges or like physical challenges or whatever don't end up homeless, for fuck's sake.
By the
They
way,
literally evicted her. The eviction notice said John or Jane Doe. Like they didn't even know who it was they were evicting. It was wild.
really quickly, so apparently Candace Owens has learned how to say the word architecture. And so this account Candace Can't Read has helped her, and now she's pronouncing it more efficiently. I guess there was a clip that came out.
Hey man, Erica,
Hold on.
but really, it was about the architecture. I want you to understand. Sitting there across from Alex Clark, like, like no, he just liked the architecture, and I no longer accept him and Erica, and he liked the smells and the bells. He loved the architecture, but there was no more substance for him to be like, yeah, no, like he loved the architecture of things, but beyond that, nothing was happening. I think this may have been about more than the architecture. The architecture of things, architecture, and the architecture.
So I guess she stopped saying it, as my understanding. So
Does she still say Israel?
yeah, she hasn't
Ugh.
given that up yet. Yeah.
Maybe she can get some Medicaid funding for her developmental challenges. Is OTs covered under Medicaid?
Don't you know that people like if people mispronounce things like that, it's because they're demonically possessed. This is what she believes. So just so you know.
Right, but OTs are covered. I don't think like exorcisms are covered under Medicaid.
Are you saying black people are possessed by demons still?
No.
Because that'd be based.
Just Candace.
Nah, yo.
See,
That'd be
Josie, this
based.
Nah,
is the
son.
thing. We want you to be cool so badly, and then you just have to do the racism thing, and it ruins it
You
for
can't help
everybody.
yourself.
I know.
Please,
Show
Josie,
us on the Josie
Okay, that's
I
a
doll.
want to
joke.
be
That's a
like I have
joke.
this
Show us
cool
on the
friend,
Josie
Josie.
doll. Where did the Sudanese Muslim touch you?
Josie, I want to tell my friends. I want to be like, I know this cool kid, Josie. She's like a mountain biker, right? But I can't say that because then they're gonna be like, oh, is she a racist? I'll be like, yeah, I mean, she is kind of racist, and
Yeah,
then
she
I'll
kind
look
of
like
is
an
though.
idiot.
So I mean, it's okay.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
not for
Josie,
everybody.
I
it's
need
okay
to
to be
stop.
racist in the house. Like, like in the house, like where sometimes you won't wear makeup, in the house. You can be racist in the house. Outside, we have like this veneer of niceness,
Oh, I
Civility,
have a veneer
right?
right now. Trust me.
Oh,
Trust me. I didn't say the N
Oh
word.
no.
corporate America is not for
This
you.
is why we
Okay.
can't
No
take
way,
you to
That
really?
nice
is true,
places.
We can't
Like
have
Josie.
nice things. We
You've
can't
been
take
doing
you
good.
places. What?
I said Josie's been doing good. I haven't heard the N-word.
Oh, that's good.
So
Yeah,
I
not
know
in my
she's
just
safe
trying,
praising
but
her.
her mask is slipping because it's after 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, everybody's going to bed. Night. I'm going to tuck you all in. So let me just see one more thing here. I just want. Okay, hold on one second. What is this? The stuff going on in Australia is insane. Australia's insane. I don't know. We might have to invade Australia too. Trump, do you want to pick up Australia? We need it anyways because the Chinese are all over that place. So, do they have any minerals? What can we get out of Australia? Can somebody look what we can colonize and pilfer from
Kangaroo
there?
meat.
Calm down, everybody. What kind of meat?
Kangaroo meat.
Oh,
Kangaroo meat.
I don't know about that. Kangaroo is not kosher, but
Yeah, beef jerky. It's like a jerky. It's not
Ugh.
kosher? Why not? You guys
doesn't
got to do like a prayer, or they have the wrong hoof or something?
wrong hoof. Wrong hoof. You're so cute.
Vegemite is not kosher.
I don't even
Gross.
know at this point. I've heard so much stuff that I don't even know. I get all the religions mixed up now at this point.
But you can get it done over the phone, no?
No, you did that over the phone. No, they don't have split hooves, and I don't. Do they chew their
They
cud?
don't chew their cud. No, they don't
Oh,
chew their cud. No.
that's what I was asking. And they're also marsupials. There's like a whole thing, right? Don't we have a whole exception to marsupials? It's called a marsupial, right? It's not just those horrible
They are marsupials. They're
Thank
also
you.
very cute. Like they're very
Yes.
aggressive,
Who's gonna
but
eat
they're
a
very cute.
yeah, I was gonna say who's gonna eat a cucumber? Who's gonna eat a kangaroo? It's like yeah. Okay, so
They
okay,
don't, hold
so
on. So they don't eat
wait.
kangaroos?
No,
Yeah, they do.
marsupials
Come on.
explicitly are not kosher. Koalas, wallabies, and wombats, etc. No marsupials are kosher. Do you know that? This is a very.
That's cool.
I just learned this. This is so interesting. Kosher land.
I would
You
never eat a
remember?
koala bear,
Wait,
even though they're
so you
nasty.
remember a
They're
couple months
feisty.
ago we were we were talking to somebody about like Arab gun violence in Israel and how
Yes.
none of them are legally allowed to own guns, but they
Yes.
all do, and they're all killing each other.
Yes.
So in the past 24 hours, 5 Arabs have been killed by other Arabs assassinating each other, in like these gang wars. Like you saw
Oh
that
yeah, I posted
chainsaw.
them. Oh yeah, there was insane. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were having their tow truck wars, with
I
chainsaws.
wish both sides the best of luck. Best of luck. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
So I-24 just put out
Where
like
at?
in the last 24 hours, 5 people have been
Arab Israelis
assassinated
and
in
the
gang violence.
Arab Israelis in Israel, like they're like closer to like the borders because they do. What's the neighborhoods that they're in? The Arab Israeli ones. They're they near Tzfat? No, not Tzfat. I mean Haifa.
Tokara.
No,
I mean,
no.
yeah, I mean, Haifa's a total shithole. But yeah, basically, they just like they look around like the Jewish neighborhoods, and they're like, if only there was more violence and chaos, and then they go and do that, and then they wonder why we're like concerned about like incorporating them more into society and like letting them, you know,
Yeah, so the Arabs Israelis have like their own gang stuff, and they like do a lot of like smuggling and of
and
drugs and
murder
weapons
and murder.
and
They do a
murder.
lot of murder.
They do a lot of murder of
Sometimes their
themselves.
daughter, sometimes the other guy who drives the tow truck. Like it just depends on the day with them.
Yeah, they're just it's clan wars, like real clans, like stuff that we don't understand in America at all, like actual tribes. Like these are
It's like
guys.
300 BC shit. It's like they
Yeah.
have to just like
So
turn back the clock a couple thousand
yeah,
years.
yeah. It's definitely, I don't know about BC, but it's definitely like, I don't know, like maybe 1600 years ago, kind of clan wars, but inside of Bugattis. Do you understand now? CTF. They all have Mercedes, Bugattis.
Yo, they should film it and make a show of it.
You can watch it. It's posted. There's like Cyber send him some of the clips.
I
That's what
would
Andrew Tate does.
definitely,
Do you
yeah.
know that they're doing drifting and car racing in Gaza with all
Yes,
their sports
while
cars?
killing each other. That's amazing. Like
Hear me out.
extreme sports,
Grand
but
Theft
while
Auto,
killing each other.
Gaza City.
That's
Wait,
I want to see them do like how we have the Nitro Circus out here. I want to see them do stuff like that.
what's a
That's
That's
what they
why
nitro?
they
need.
haven't released GTA 6 yet. That's because they're waiting.
They're gonna do it in
Oh,
Gaza. It's gonna be GTA
yeah,
6 in
that
Gaza.
makes sense now.
Yeah,
Do they skateboard? Is skateboarding popular in Israel? Like, does the kids skate? The
yeah,
young kids?
yes, yes,
Yeah.
In Jewish neighborhoods and like in Tel Aviv it
I
is.
always thought
yeah.
sports would help people come together rather than killing each other.
Yeah.
Something to enjoy together,
Is-
regardless of what race
Israelis
or
are
color or
very
whatever you
into
are.
sports and activities and soccer, and they do every kind of. They're like,
Oh, they got good mountain bikers there too.
yeah, they're very into
Well, that
sports.
got the Saudis to behave for a little bit. They started doing
No, they
you know,
watch the
the
sports. The Saudis, they don't do the sports. They watch.
well, some of the
They're gonna
youth are
start
starting
They
to
hosting
do
them
like
though.
water
get
sports.
into
They do water
the
sports.
dunes and stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Off-roading.
No, they started like
Yeah, like off road.
they started building like tracks and like all sorts of stuff to be able to host like big events. Like I think it's looking like pretty promising.
Well, extreme sports is I think it's a good thing. It's high risk, right? And your enemy might accidentally do something and kill themselves. So,
Yeah, I
I
I'm
mean
just
do
saying I
think
they
think
we
won't
could
have
extreme
to
convince
hang
all
the
sports
the
is
women off
actually
of
a
jihadis.
a
good.
crane for wearing too much revealing
Well, yeah,
clothing.
just you got to challenge them to like a competition that's kind of within reason. I keep saying I think we need the Coliseum stuff back. Like we need to just so the people that want to be the big shots, rather than running around killing each other, like let's make it entertaining. Let everybody enjoy it.
So Robert Spencer put out a report today. It's 250 million women and girls had female genital mutilation practices. He gives the numbers. It's under jihadwatch.org. That is a lot of girls. That's 250 million girls. But you never will hear any of this from Candace or Carrie or
Yeah, what
Catholic.
is the whole thing with that? Is it like a health thing, like the
No,
circumcision kind of in modern
no.
times,
It's so
or?
that women are not allowed to have pleasure from sex, so they don't cheat or whatever. So
Oh, it's an absolute destruction of a woman's pleasure system.
yes,
Okay. All
yes.
right.
So
Yeah,
And remember, that's
that
why they
seems
weren't
very
allowed to buy
85%
honorable.
clothes.
of women in Egypt, the girls get it, and they're forced and like held down brutally by their moms, even
Well, yeah, I
in other
mean, if you
countries.
start telling people about this stuff, right? Like, I don't know why people don't talk about this more, but I just like, I mean, are people in the West like mentally retarded now? Like, they're actually
Yes.
welcoming like this sort of barbaric retardation
They
into
care
their
about
community, and then
Yes,
they care about virtue signaling.
yeah, the left is mentally ill.
What was
Yeah,
that
remember?
Bongino said? I support the Kieran thing. That's the mentality of the West. Sorry.
I don't
So
care what people do.
I-24
It's
is
about
reporting.
forcing it, though, right? If you're a girl and you wanted, even then, that's crazy. But once you're an adult, if you decide to do something like that, that's fine. But forcing it on the youth, that's where I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Like,
Let me explain to you
No,
something,
that's not
CJ.
right.
Corey,
Hold
as
on,
an
hold on,
adult, you
hold
don't
on.
get to go into the hospital and like ask them to cut off your legs just for fun. So no, we're not doing that. More importantly, though, I-24 is reporting a reservist was arrested for gambling on Polymarket using classified information.
Say that who? Say who?
I-24
Yeah.
say the police have arrested an Israeli civilian who's a reservist because they were gambling on Polymarket using classified information.
Hold on, this is breaking news. So a Jew got arrested by another Jew. Is that
Yes.
what you're telling me?
Yes.
They have laws there in
They
Israel.
have.
I thought you guys got away with everything in Israel. I thought you were just allowed to just do whatever you want all the time. There's no laws, no rules, no
What
nothing.
was the bet? Was it on like the Iran strike or what?
It's not clear. It just says that the court has put a gag order because the stuff was classified. So it's possible that it was even in the future.
If
There
there's
was
already
also
a
a plane.
listen, who wrote the article?
I-24 and OSINT are both reporting it 2 minutes apart.
If there's already a gag order, I don't trust anything.
What do you mean? The courts are putting a gag order? The guy was gambling based on classified information, probably even about things that haven't happened yet.
That's my point.
Are we talking about like a
Okay, we'll see what
20-year-old?
happens.
Make something up.
Besides that, a plane went off the runway in Halifax International Airport. So yeah, Canada's still doing their DEI pilot shit, and it's a miracle no one's been killed yet. Actually, in this case, probably wasn't the pilot. It was probably the people managing the airport because it looks like they didn't clear the runway of snow at all.
That's not good.
Stealth, I would say that the Shin Bet were the one that arrested him originally. So it was Zinni crew. Like, I hope that they're doing this properly. So I would hope that they're trustworthy in this case.
What if it's a total op and it's gonna leak out? It's like is something like related to that Iran strike. Watch. It's like, what if it's an op? That would be very interesting to me.
You think they're just jerking the Iranians around by like pretending they're?
Yeah, why not? I don't know at this point, and I don't know.
I just want to know what he bet on. Like, I want to know what was it.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
pro-
question.
They should have told us that, so I could throw some money down on there.
Yeah. It's like, come on.
Key. Remember that women couldn't drive? Which country over there was it? Saudi Arabia until recently because they
In
might
the
the Gulf
entire
country.
United States?
Yeah,
get
the Gulf country.
they might get pleasure from the vibrations of the car.
Yes.
What the
That's
heck?
right.
And the
Yeah.
leftists are embracing this. So half the leftists are watching shows, podcasts about explicit sex and women's sexual empowerment. Well, a third are. The other third are transing their kids, kind of guaranteeing they won't have orgasms for the rest of their lives. And then another third are going to the Gazan rallies. The
Your crop
cognitive
top
dissonance is
confused.
driving them to psych wards.
There's also 10% that are going onto the Indigo, like the bookstores, Chapters and whatever, Barnes and Noble, and they're just going into the most depraved
Oh,
section
God.
in the back corner and reading all about monster bestiality. So, like, at this point, I think we do not have any healthy relationships left.
Yeah, the problem is that those crop top keffiyehs got out of psych ward. You know, like they're not going to like if they got out. That's the problem. Not kidding.
We don't really have them so much.
Yeah, they already know the sticky socks and everything.
Okay, wait a second. So this famous Islamic leader. Okay, he told the audience on this show that he whispers verses from the Quran into the womb of little girls to cast jinns, which are Islamic demons, out of their bodies. According to his claim, Muslim girls who suffer from mental illness, behavioral disorders, and bad luck are actually possessed by jinns. That explains Candace Owens. I mean, I think we figured it out, guys. This is amazing. We can heal her
I thought it
now.
was lace top wig stealth. I thought it was lace top wigs. That's why kids are born with developmental illness.
What? Hold on one second. And
It's
cannot be
lace front. Lace front.
Joke.
and cannot. I didn't even hear what you said because you're mumbling. And cannot be cured. Don't sound like Candace right now, Cyber. And cannot be cured by the professional doctors. He then urged Muslim parents of little girls to admit their daughters to his clinic, where he gives them sedative drugs and performs his Islamic rituals on their bodies and private parts to drive the demons out of the girls' private parts. Oh my God, this video is insane.
Wood chipper. Wood
That's
chipper.
not good.
Wood chipper, feet first, slowly, like at quarter speed. Just okay. Lots of plastic all over the walls. Okay, so during this
Feet
interview,
first.
I said feet first already. Don't try to one up me. I said feet first at quarter speed. This is
Sorry.
during the you're like, he's apologizing to me of who's more. Oh my God, they're so genocidal. This is horrific. Terrorist imam on stage telling what he wants to do to little girls because they have a demon inside their body and he wants to touch them in all these places and he's showing the instruments that he's using and he's gonna just talk to the jinn demon in their body. What in the prehistoric shit is this shit?
So Cyber, what were you talking about the lace front wigs?
Oh my gosh, she's obsessed.
No, it
I
was a
don't know.
joke
I
because
feel like the
it
lace
was a
front
joke.
wigs is a lot less traumatizing to talk about.
It was a joke. It was a joke. I thought Stealth would get it, but
I
it's
didn't
late.
hear it.
So yeah.
I got it. That
I
was
said
hilarious.
I said it was. I said the reason for developmental challenged kids is lace top wigs, but
How does that make sense? I don't understand. What's the correlation?
have you never read like Mishpacha magazine or like one of those where there's like somebody who writes an article like blaming something on some like sneer issue that's like so obviously unrelated, but they just want to like.
No, I'm not.
That like the front lace pulled too hard, so it hurts your brain.
I mostly read scientific journals my whole life. No,
No, Josie, this isn't like an actual thing. This is like there are some people they're like not very intelligent, but they want to sound like they're very religious, so they'll blame like some real actual issue on something that's like totally unrelated, like the brand of
So
stockings that girls wear.
I know we sidetracked a little bit, but Stealth. So what like does I don't understand this. Is this just one segment of Islam, right? Like that is it
no.
Sharia
So
or Sunni or
85% of
like
all
what is this
Egyptians.
guy
No,
doing?
so all 85%. Oh, the guy with the video that I posted right now.
Yeah, like
That guy's a
where does he get
Saudi,
that from?
Kuwait. This has to do with it.
Oh,
Go ask Dan Bermawi. He knows about this weird stuff. I don't know.
uh,
I don't know. I don't know.
that sounds like more of the Arab stuff that I was reading before Islam even existed. They used to do all kinds of weird practices.
Yeah, it's carried over. It's carried over. They carried it over. I don't know what to say. I thought you were gonna ask me about what they cut on the girls, and I was like, dude, I'm not telling you this in this space.
No, yeah, no, I just yeah,
They did it
that's
to the
fine.
Somali
But I know
women,
I was just wondering
Somalia.
where
So
it
like
came
Ilhan
from.
Omar's, all that generation. That's what they did in
Yeah,
Somalia.
that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
did they just make it up as they go along? Is it like a commandment? Like, I don't know.
Dude,
Islam's confusing to me because
well,
there's
it's
like
confusing
they
because
say
a
there's a
rock
lot of
fell from the
sects of
sky.
Christianity.
CTF, a rock
Oh my
fell from the
God.
It's
sky
a
Like,
that's a
death cult.
meteor, and
Just
that's it.
rip
The
everything
whole
out. It's a
religion
death
started.
cult. That's all you need to know.
I don't know. A stone fell from the sky. It's a meteor, and next thing you know, it's like everybody walks like uh, they're like walking around the queen bee. I don't know. In Mecca, I don't know. They all walk in a circle and they pray to a stone that's from outer space. I
is
don't
it
know.
clockwise or counterclockwise?
I think it's counterclockwise. I think it's counterclockwise. I think it's.
I just asked ChatGPT.
Oh boy.
Just
FGM.
the more that I learn,
No.
the more
CTF is
frustrated I
asking
get.
about the jinn stuff. The video that I just posted, where the guy is using like these devices to speak to the demons in little girls' bodies in their private parts to take out the disorders. That's what CTF is asking about. I don't know about this stuff. This Islamic cleric. Have you ever heard them like they're like making noises in the ears of babies that have health issues?
Look, let me be blunt. The way they're indoctrinated and with religion, I don't know. They really can't have a lot of emotional intelligence. They just can't develop a depth of emotional and relational thinking. So, you know, what do you do with that? But FGM is pre-Islamic.
Oh yeah. That is yes. That's like yes. That's pagan stuff. Yes. Yeah. That is pagan stuff. Yes. That that is pagan stuff right there. That was a very tribal thing. That's a yeah. Oh my god. This guy posted a crazy video about Massey, but he blocks me. There's a lot of these. What's wrong with guys? I've never even heard of these accounts. They all block me. I don't.
Oh,
Men are very strange online.
oh, this makes sense to me, which I hadn't connected before. What's the stated purpose? Reduce sexual desire. Okay.
Yeah.
Preserve virginity before marriage.
What
Right?
about that?
Because if
Yeah.
a
If you
woman
don't get
doesn't get
turned
that,
on, right? Yes.
they're not going to be like, oh yeah, I feel like doing that stuff.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, ugh.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then, yeah, I don't know. I'm done thinking about that.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. This is. Wait a second. This is really interesting. Hold on.
Is it with America you're talking about?
Hold on.
Free Palestine.
Can you tell me more about it?
Boy, are you Palestine?
Before you leave, what about the people of Iran? Do you know what's going on in Iran?
Oh, is it with America you're talking about?
No, you know, maybe like 100,000 people have been murdered by an Islamic regime there, more than in Palestine. Do you want to free Iran also? You cannot make this shit up. They hate Iran. They hate the Iranian people. Sorry, there's no ifs, ands, or buts there.
Yeah, so it's very weird. All these influencers, like all these white girls or regular Hispanic, black, doesn't matter, regular people, whatever, Middle Eastern. Whenever you ask them about the 100,000 people that are being killed in Iran, they're like, yeah, F Iran, like as if they're like Nick Fuentes' take. It's crazy. The fact that what's his face and Nick Fuentes have the same thought process, which is crazy. Don Lemon, did you see this interview? Don Lemon and Nick Fuentes' response regarding the Iranian people, the exact same thing. It's crazy to me. I would not believe it unless where is it?
Yeah, you had me punching the wall.
Is it because they're both gay? Like, is it
It
a
is.
mental
It's a gay
retardation?
thing. I'm telling you. Yeah.
I think it's just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian because he doesn't want to like follow the bandwagon. He wants to be like the new bandwagon. Like it come out with a thought that nobody on that side has thought of, and it's like that's also kind of
There's
gay.
plenty of people that have thought of. Okay. Oh wait. This is good. Jim Hansen came out with his little. I like his stuff. Hold on 1 second.
Now they'll tell you.
Hold on.
Anti-Zionism is the new way to hate Jews while pretending you don't. Now they'll tell you it's all about how Israel controls the United States, but scratch a few microns deeper and you're hearing the tale of how Israel's bought so much influence in the United States they have everybody in their pocket. And go a little farther and let them get wound up, and all of a sudden you hear, because the Jews! And there will always be a plethora of pejoratives tied to the weakest smears, the most recycled conspiracy BS, and in the end, blood libel-y tropes. The poor beauty queen attention craver, Carrie HeZboller, is a perfect example of this. She brought her wafer-thin knowledge of, well, pretty much anything, and tried to play the I'm just anti-Zionist game.
I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace Zionism, just so you know. So are all Catholics anti-Semites, according to you?
But then she gave it away and tried to smear American Jews with the supposed sins of Israel and force them into some kind of struggle session.
Are you willing to condemn what Israel has done in Gaza?
Yeah, thanks for the clarity. Now, obviously, there are more prominent anti-Zionists, but at this point, even Tucker is just spewing easily checkable lies about Israel and platforming kook after kook. I don't want to minimize this new wave of Jew hate. It's real, it's just as ill-informed as always, and it's time to shut it down. You know who really runs the world? Globalist rich people. Americans, Europeans, Asians, Arabs, and yeah, even some Jews. Let's band together and stop them from screwing all of us.
Jim is a little bit corny. This is cute. His posts are fire. He always writes great posts. He's like
Who
super.
who was that lady? Like, she's been making the rounds everywhere.
You talking about Carrie? The one that everybody's talking about?
The Catholic, was she Catholic, the Christian one?
Yeah, the one that would like embarrass herself on the hearing yesterday.
Yeah, who is she?
Well, she was a Miss USA that got in trouble and lied about some sex tape and then her like topless shots, beauty shots, whatever. And then she was friends with Trump since 2009, since Miss USA. She took the mantle and then she became an evangelical. She's an evangelical Christian at the time, and she was like a speaker for women's ministries for a really long time. And
What?
then, yep, that's what she did. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, she converted to Catholicism. Well, it was last April, but
Women
she didn't come out
ministry.
until 4 months. Yep, that's what she did. Then she became Catholic, and then her husband's a football player. They lost their house in 2012 because they couldn't afford to pay for their house. They had a little financial downturn. And then she supported Trump in the first Trump and the second Trump thing. And she was friends with Sergio Gore and some other people. And then suddenly she went retarded and hooked up a little over 20 weeks ago with some very, very strange. You can follow like my feed on it. You can follow Cyber Benz and even Max Nordo's, but some Islamic organizations that are tied with not only the PFLP but other terrorist groups and NGOs. And she was reading off her phone messages from a person she invited who is involved with all these different from the right side, which is interesting because she fought. She also fought LGBTQ stuff, which is super based, great. But and she was well known for getting questioned by Perez Hilton during the Miss USA about gay marriage, and it was like a new thing, and so she got a lot of heat. Trump initially supported her, and then she kept get caught lying, and so that kind of resurfaced about her different statements. Whatever, she made a mistake when she was young, no big deal. But then she seemed like to be normal. She was on Megyn Kelly's, and then she was on a podcast, and I guess she got kicked off that podcast, and then she ended up converting to Catholicism, and then she went and like ridiculed all these religious Catholic leaders on this panel on religious liberty, and she was elected last May, and she's basically Candace's like acolyte, and she posts like these really cringy videos of her waiting for Candace to get out of her meeting with Mrs. Kirk because she thought she was going to be killed. You know.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's what she did. Yeah, she's bad,
Cringe.
but it's very cringe. Like these response videos, like the wine mom videos.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, yeah. You
So she went on the outright publicly when it was safe to do so. How brave. How fucking brave. Loser.
So she got caught reading off her phone while being texted from the audience from these like, and she took pictures with these guys, these people that run these Islamic Muslim Brotherhood organizations, and it's pretty
Ugh.
bad. And she wore a Hamas pin or a Palestinian pin on her jacket. Which why would you do that if you're supposed to be America First Catholic? I don't understand that. Whole thing is really weird. It's so bizarre, and it's not good. It's not good. And she's spewing all this like crazy talk. So there was two bishops and a father on the panel. All of these people, years and years of experience. Dr. Phil was on the panel. She just humiliated herself. So there's a from Heritage. They say Miss Prejean Broller converted to Catholicism in April, but lectured witnesses, including a priest as well as a fellow Catholic commissioner, on their own faith, plus two bishops. One of the commissioners, Ryan Anderson, these are devout Catholics, right? Very, very learned people, very learned. Read her experts from the Second Vatican Council, Nostra Aetate, read messages from Pope John Paul II, Benedict XVI in rebuttals. But what do they know? Like she hijacked the whole event. It was a disaster. what she
Wow.
did, and it pissed off the administration. Dr. Phil was there. Like, you have a chance to be like with very esteemed. Ben Carson was sitting next to her. This guy who was Attorney General for Texas is there running the thing. So he's the one who publicly fired her. But then you had the head of Yeshiva YU. Then there was major people on there. These are like deep thinkers. Shabbos Kestenbaum came, and then Seth Dillon was there, and she argued with Seth Dillon on behalf of Candace Owens, talked about Ben Shapiro. She was just rude the whole time, and she was acting crazy. And there's like some very big names on there. Dr. Phil just sat and stared at her like, who is this like trash? Like, he can cut people down, like, and I was just waiting for it, but he was being respectful because she's a guest of. So that's why I'm waiting to hear what Dr. Phil says. Since the panel, there's 2 more sessions. This has been going on for a year, but she pre-planned this. So I posted the podcast 11 days prior to this event that she did. She was accusing Mrs. Kirk of killing Charlie Kirk. That's 11 days ago, and again today. So I'm sorry, you can how nobody
Okay.
sent these messages is disgusting.
She's a I support the current thing, whatever makes me trending type of bitch.
This is a little bit this is really like real lost opportunity because from this kind of a thing you have a chance to like open up an organization for like a Catholics and Jews United or young people, whatever. You have a way of using it for even your own missionary purposes, something. Let's say you want to spread
Dog
Catholicism.
rescue.
Well,
She could have
yeah,
done
Virgin dog
anything,
rescue. Like, I
but
don't know.
she could have done anything for Catholics, and she could have used it, like Stealth said, whatever, to launch her career or revitalize her own career, which is waning as she spends more and more time getting lip filler and Botox. But the more important issue is that Dr. Phil was looking at her with more exasperation and disappointment than he even had for the Cash Me Outside girl. Like
yes,
he was like, what the fuck is wrong with this woman?
yeah,
Because
it was.
at least
And
Bad
realize
Baby was like,
his entire show is dealing with people that are like acting unhinged, and he like
Well,
tries to
he
help
deals with
them. And
narcissists and he deals with
yeah, and he's
cluster
looking
B
at this girl like,
personalities.
oh my god, even this one I cannot help.
at
Well, the
least Bad
panel
Baby was
wasn't
like 14. Like there was hope, sort of.
the panel wasn't expected to be adversarial, right? And she was like a bulldog attorney interrogating.
She was interrogating him like a bulldog, yes, and she was being very aggressive, and she was targeting them as for revenge because she was like, the hound dog, like the hound dog for Candace Owens. In February, a man armed with a knife attacked 3 soldiers, French soldiers, who were guarding a synagogue in Nice. In April, a woman was killed in an aborted attack against a Catholic church near Paris. In May, after an anti-Semitic demonstration led by the comedian Dieudonné in Brussels, an attack targeting the Belgian Jewish Museum killed 3. And in June, a man motivated by Islamism killed and decapitated his own employer. Meanwhile, Jews were attacked randomly in the streets by neighbors or passerbys, and all this was only the visible part of an offensive during which French intelligence dismantles 1 terror attack a week on average. Just so you guys know, I'm going to talk about Bataclan. What the Muslims did, and these were non-Jews at the Bataclan, right? These were multiple locations of mass killings. None of them were Jewish related. The things that occurred on October 7th with women and men and stuff, and some of the brutal torture stuff that is filmed when it came to October 7th were actually done in Bataclan to the hostages, and the French government covered it up and did not report it because they were worried of Islamophobia. Horrific tortures to women and to men. They cut off men's penises and put them in their mouths. There was rape of men, obviously the rape of women, and horrible abuse to women's bodies, removing of their breasts.
Good times.
This is France. This is what they did. There's a cover up by France. This is it's 2015. It was mass casualty events, multiple locations. There's a big. I'm saying this for these were people at a rock club, like in a nightclub, dancing, like was filled to the max. Okay. This is in front of the soccer stadium. This was an entire French restaurant. They brutally killed everybody in the French restaurant and outside. It's the cover up. I don't even fully know the full. Like there was like scientific reports put out about the cover up of what happened at Bataclan. I think there's still things that we fully don't understand. But let me just read on. The tension of those 18 months culminated with Bataclan and Paris Cafe terrorist massacres in November of 2015. 130 casualties, 413 wounded. So 130 people were killed in France, and nothing has changed. People do not understand what's coming for us. 413 wounded, and ended on July 14th, 2016, with the Nice truck attack, which is a bombing, right? A bus bombing. Excuse me. The Nice truck ran over people. Excuse me. 86 were killed. More than 450 were wounded. The level of anti-Semitic acts then declined that same year to 335 and to 311 in 2017. Now, the people that they killed were of all races. Like I'm sure some Muslims died, but it was like regular French people. Nothing was targeted towards Jews at this time, but these were the level of attacks that were going on. It's crazy. Okay, so nothing went back to the double-digit numbers of the 90s. So at 2017, it stays between like 300 and, well, now it's elevated to like almost 2,000. Was France simply at the vanguard of what has become the global new normal? Or do recent events in France and the rest of Europe mirror an even more troubling new Jewish reality to come? My recent reporting in Paris, Brussels, and Birmingham suggests that the answer is a bit of both, although the latter may be a safer operating principle than the former. A staggering number of anti-Semitic incidents has now become normal in France. 1,163 in 2025 is nearly double the already extreme 851 in 2014. But what's more interesting is the shift in social permission to openly hate Jews. If the French cultural world of the 2000s was already toxic, the conspiracy theories about 9/11 that were espoused by Tariq Ramadan were published and presented as facts by the trendy magazine that I worked for at the time. Anti-Semitic acts back then mostly originated in poor, predominantly Muslim suburbs. It was therefore possible to lead a normal professional class life in central Paris and never encounter anti-Semitism on the street, in stores, among friends, or in one's workplace. The Salafi cells that nurtured street-level anti-Semitism in France were the result of 2 Islamist organizations active in the bloody Algerian civil war of the 90s, the FIS and its military branch, the GIA. In Algeria, where Mahmoud Khalil had some of his training done, in Algeria, the civil war brought by these Islamist groups killed 200,000 Muslims, mostly women and children, as well as people said to be westernized, i.e. literate, meaning people that were able to read. Implanted in France during the same decade in Rabat, I think it's Rabat. Is it Rabat? It's Rabat. And Lille in the north, in Paris and Lyon in suburbs, and in Toulouse in the
How do you
southwest.
spell it?
One second. The cells served both as a rear base for the FIS, safe from Algerian government retaliation, and as an anti-French propaganda machine. So, because remember the French colonization of, let's say, like North Africa. The existential creed of those Salafi cells preached a quest for a perfect life that implied a complete separation from French society. Followers were forbidden to take jobs or pursue secular studies at all. It was an ethos perfectly fit to seduce the impoverished youth of the suburbs, including those few who had profited from drug trafficking. A typical slang expression of those years was to say of someone that he had thrown his millions, meaning that he had given up his luxury car, his vacations to the Caribbean, and his shares in Champs-Élysées nightclubs or in fancy restaurants in Algeria for the life of an Islamic aesthetic waiting to act in France. Opportunities to act came first in the early 2000s through recruiting networks that sent young French to fight the Americans in Iraq, and later through terror networks operating within France itself, which also wound up sending recruits to ISIS in Syria. But for Islamist propaganda to expand out of the suburbs into the political mainstream, a completely different apparatus was required, both in the suburbs and in the enlightened circles that attempted to justify 9/11 or suicide bombings in Israel. The Bataclan and Cafe Terraces massacres were judged to have been excessive. As a survivor of the Bataclan said to a radio reporter, I could understand if a Palestinian kid would blow up in front of me, but this makes no sense at all. Indeed, the magnitude of the November 13th attacks in France remains a logistical mystery to this day. The possible involvement of state power, namely Bashar Assad's Syria, has never been properly investigated. So there was a massive cover up of non-state actors involved in these terrorist attacks in France. Okay, just so you understand. In any case, in 2017, French intelligence finally began to dismantle the Salafi networks that the previous governments, both right and left, had allowed to flourish. That same year, in Saudi Arabia, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman articulated his vision for 2030 aimed at diversifying and modernizing Saudi society, and the exportation of Salafist ideology from the Arabian Peninsula was cut short. I want you to hear that. Salafist ideology that was exported since 2001 at a minimum. Right after 9/11, they exported this all over the United States. There was more mosques built ever before all over the world after 9/11 from the Saudis, which were involved in this terrorism. Just think about that, okay? Again, without U.S. intervention in Saudi Arabia or any of these countries, they'd be fucking eating crickets in the sand and drinking camel piss. Just remember that. We are our own worst enemies. Sometimes colonization makes sense in these cases. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so Arabian Peninsula was cut short. The number of anti-Semitic acts in France began to decrease. Yet the anti-Semitic propaganda that had encouraged those acts continued. Investigation into the killing of Samuel Paty showed that the smear campaign against him originated with the pro-Hamas activist Abdel Hakim Sefroui. As Sefroui would later admit at trial, he had spent the days before Patty's murder in front of his school ranting against the Jews. He assumed all along that Patty was a Jew because his first name was Samuel. He was a Christian. And because he had shown a Charlie Hebdo cartoon. Sefroui had been found guilty of being accessory to murder in connection to a terrorist enterprise and sentenced to 15 years. As of this writing, the appeal is still pending. But Sefroui was hardly alone. A month before Patty's murder, the French rapper Freeze Corleone, oh my God, dropped a new album called Le Manon's Fantôme, okay, whatever, which got 5.2 million streams in just 24 hours. The album had lines like, I show up resolute like Adolf in the 30s. Every day, don't give a F-U-C-K to the Shoah. Shoah is the Holocaust. Everything so that my children can live like Jewish rentiers. I don't even know what that means. Rentiers? I don't know. Weeks of anti-French propaganda and speeches were also spread on the internet by Turkish President Erdogan, then in open conflict with Macron since the previous spring over issues in the Mediterranean. In his attacks against France, Erdogan had specifically mentioned laïcité, the French version of secularism, as a sure sign of decadence, and Charlie Hebdo as another. Since the beginning of the fall, the killer's accomplices at the Charlie Hebdo massacre were on trial, and the trial was all over the news. Patty's murderer, Abdullah Anzarov, followed the news and films of Turkish propaganda and would later be found all over his computer. At that time, Turkey was hosting the Muslim Brotherhood expelled from Egypt in 2013. The Muslim Brotherhood strategy is the complete opposite of that of Salafists. Whereas the latter preach separation from the system, the former works by infiltrating institutions, political and otherwise, of the country political and otherwise, of the country they're in. Brotherhood propaganda does not aim to recruit the socially excluded and outcasts. Rather, it targets the integrated part of the population, the one that takes part in public discussion and can be influenced. Given free run of Turkey by Erdogan, the Brotherhood was using the country as a base to run ideological media outlets targeting both Egyptian President el-Sisi and the Western world with Ankara's tacit approval. This is our NATO ally, just so you know, that's now taken over Syria and wants to take over Lebanon as well. The most important of those outlets was the pro-jihad Mekalmin TV, financed by Qatar. Mekalmin's star was Mohammed Nasser, the dapper host of the show Egypt Today, devoted to criticizing el-Sisi. He sometimes opened his shows with rants against the Jews and/or Western Europe. After April 2022, when Ankara acceded to Egyptian diplomatic pressure and shut down all media run by the brothers in Turkey, Nasser released an undated video from what seems to be a hotel room, then from a plane awaiting takeoff. In the video, he blows a kiss to the camera and promises that he and his colleagues will soon be operating underground, deeply embedded in Western cities, not subject to pressure from Egypt or Gulf countries. 1 year later, at the end of August of 2023, both LFI and the French Green Party, EELV, opened their summer universities near Paris. Their common guest star was the rapper Medine, notorious for rapping against La Laïcité, for his anti-Semitic double entendres, for having featured a pamphlet by the anti-Semitic activist Camille Seba in one of his clips, and above all, for being an avowed supporter of, is it Havre de Savoir? Anyways, a cultural Muslim center in his hometown that was affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. Was the French left making common cause with the Islamists? On TV, LFI's leader, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, appeared gravely offended by the question. Yet in retrospect, it is hard not to see the national polemic that ensued and lasted for weeks as a deliberate strategy on Mélenchon's part to widen the Overton window of Islamist participation in French political life. Born in Morocco in 1951 from two modest civil servants of the dying French Empire, Mélenchon was known for his oratorical talent as well as for his anti-democratic authoritarianism inside of LFI. It was he who united the left under a single coalition, the Nouvelle Union Populaire Écologique at Social. I don't even know what this is. It's called the NUPS, N-U-P-S, saving it from certain death after the crushing defeat of the socialists in the national elections of 2017. By 2022, when the NUPS, which is the abbreviation for this organization, the Nouvelle Union, allowed the socialists to regain 60 seats in the National Assembly, Mélenchon was the de facto leader of the left. Although Mélenchon was not known in the 1990s as a hardcore secularist, by 2020 he had allied himself with Houria Boutelja, Boutelja, I don't know, co-founder of the decolonial anti-West Parti de the Indigenous de la Republique group. It's called PIR, anyways. Under Boutelja's influence, Mélenchon began to utter questionable remarks on the Jews, such as Jesus has been put on the cross by his fellow countrymen. He also began to cite conspiracy theories to explain why Jews were being killed in French cities. In June of 2021, he claimed that the 2012 murders of the Sandler and Montenegro children in Toulouse had been scripted for electoral purposes. It was a horrible stabbing of a guy through a children's park. He just started stabbing babies in their strollers. It's insane. You don't even understand. It was filmed and it was streamed. But it was only in 2022, after Marine Le Pen nudged Mélenchon out of the runoffs for the presidential election by fewer than 500,000 votes, that he shifted the focus of LFI away from its political and economic platform to focus on Islamophobia and Judeophobia. This is wild. Mélenchon has run in every presidential election since 2012 and does not hide his ambition, yet the very strategy which provides him with an electoral base in predominantly Muslim suburbs where
Oops.
abstention remains the majority, denies him any hope of winning over the electorate at large, meaning they don't vote, for those that think that abstention has to do with something else, okay? If the personal motivations for such a self-destructive political trajectory remain somewhat obscure, one can't help but note the coincidence between LFI's growing obsession with Islam and anti-Semitism in 22-23, LFI's main figures' public appearances with activists of terror organizations such as the PFLP, and the decision of the Muslim Brotherhood to embed itself in Western cities. One thing is clear, thanks to that strategy and to the media that complacently relayed it, 5 weeks before October 7th, the questions of who was or was not anti-Semitic and who was or was not a racist Islamophobe dominated French public debate. Then in the south of Israel, the pogrom occurred. A fortnight later, the president of National Assembly, Yael Braun-Pivet, traveled to Israel to show her support for the families of the hostages. In guise of a commentary, Mélenchon immediately posted the picture of a pro-Palestinian demonstration in Paris with a caption suggesting that Braun-Pivet, being Jewish, was not really French. From the moment on, there's a lot of French people that died on October 7th for those and were kidnapped. From that, French citizens. From that moment on, the left sectarian obsession with Jews, Zionists, and Israel turned into a national flood. Meanwhile, what was President Macron doing? On November 12, 2023, the same Braun-Pivet, along with President of the Senate, Gérard Larcher, set up a March for the Republic and against anti-Semitism, officially inviting Macron to join. Nothing should divide us, he answered, as a reason for declining the invitation. Marine Le Pen, by contrast, came. Jews were now a defining issue in national politics on both the right and the left. Less than a year later, at the European elections of June of 2024, both Mélenchon's and Le Pen's strategies appeared to pay off. Marine Le Pen's national rally, led by TikTok candidate Jordan Bardella, got nearly a third of the vote, more than twice as much as Macron's Renaissance. With almost 10% of the vote, LFI sent 9 representatives to the EU, among which its own TikTok star Rima Hassan. Whether Macron's next move was born from narcissism or poor counsel is hard to say. He dissolved the National Assembly, which had given him a modicum of political stability since his re-election of 2022, despite his widespread unpopularity. Predictably enough, the ensuing early elections at the parliament resulted in a fractured and ungovernable assembly.
Where the
Instead of
fuck is
uniting
my
the country,
thing?
Macron had fragmented it even more. It is Macron's absence on the field of the war against anti-Semitism that makes some Jews vote Le Pen. The head of American Jewish Community Europe, Simon Rodan Ben Zakwan, I think he's Moroccan, told me, in fact, his breakup with the French Jews mirrors his breakup with the French at large. To understand Macron's position, it is important to understand that he came of age in the 90s at a moment when Europe was erasing its international borders, creating the euro and contributing to the Middle East version of globalization called the Oslo Peace Process. Everything was supposed to go smoothly. Macron entered politics the same way, out of nowhere, and won his first term convinced that the media fairy tale according to which his charm and political talent had blown up the old system was true. In fact, it was the other way around. The system had crashed, and as a result, yes, he had been elected and inherited a country whose political identity was in shambles since the end of the Cold War. Between the end of World War II and the 90s, France's political identity had rested on 2 fictions. One, that a country that collaborated with the Nazis could nonetheless be listed among the winners on equal terms with the US and UK. 2, that the other, that it could help keep its empire afloat as if nothing had ever happened. These organizing fictions were sustained by 2 political forces. On the right, a schizophrenic neoliberalism planned and organized by the state, and on the left, a schizophrenic socialism preaching revolution so that everyone could benefit from capitalist consumerism with long vacations. And all of this depended on economic prosperity, which France owed first to the Marshall Plan and then, starting in the early 60s, to gas and oil contracts signed with its former colonies, Algeria and Morocco especially. A new French Arab policy thus replaced the defunct empire. The domestic chapter of that policy, which also included a diplomatic shift away from Israel, turned out to include massive migration managed by cooperation between the French and the said former colonies. Clear from the get-go was the understanding that these migrants weren't in France to stay. This unspoken rule of non-integration remains one of the most underestimated reasons for the lack of any active French policy of integration. Any other option would have sounded preposterous to the French, and also gravely insulting to the national honor of newly independent countries whose legitimacy rested on their fight against France. Needless to say, it would also have compromised the economic agreements that benefited both. Adept of stability and statehood, The French are not exactly known for their talent to face the unforeseen. Yet by the beginning of the new century, their country was unrecognizable, and so was the world at large. State liberalism and liberal socialism, the two ideological narratives that had sustained the country during the Cold War, had collapsed in a sea of scandals before dying with Mitterrand and Chirac. To replace them, there was nothing. There was nothing. Meanwhile, the children of migrants that indeed took root on French soil, in the absence of an active policy to integrate them, which is the Muslim migrants that had come in for work, they had developed imaginary links with their communities of origin, first through families, mosques, satellite TVs, and low-cost flights, then through social networks, and then phones. It's tempting to see this crisis of political identity, really a crisis of language, of not being able to name and describe the new landscape accurately, as an explanation for the rise of figures too full of meaning like Mélenchon or too empty like Macron. But it is a fourth factor that might prove key for the future. As the memory of the empire starts to fade and as the former colonies drift away toward a horizon of Russian or Chinese partnership, the economic agreements with Algeria, Morocco, and other African countries that provided France with its post imperial prosperity are being quickly replaced by a growing dependency on Middle Eastern monarchies, especially Qatar. With a pension system in shambles, 3.3 trillion in debt, and a 5.4% deficit, the $10 billion investment agreement signed with Qatar in May of 2025 is only a minor amuse-bouche. That's very cute. In the context of France's relentless appetite for Qatari money. In addition to the Paris Saint-Germain soccer club, Qatar now owns 20% of the Champs-Élysées, and this is only the visible part of the ever-deepening economic ties between the two countries. By 2022, France was already the second most popular European destination for Qatari investments after the United Kingdom, containing assets worth over 25 billion, and one should keep in mind these are only direct purchases by Qatari entities. In the words of Edmund Fitton Brown, former coordinator of the UN team charged with monitoring Mideast terrorism, this investment provides Qatar with cultural leverage that can influence French domestic affairs. As he told France's Channel 24, this influence is particularly evident in the context of the current conflict in Gaza following Hamas's attack on October 7th. Lillian, is it a burning desire? Because I've been up all day and I want to finish this, and I wanted to just finish the article. I'm almost done.
No, I'm listening, but remind me, I would like to make some comments about what you said and some things that are connected to some information. That's it.
Okay.
But I'm listening.
Okay. In April
Don't disturb yourself.
In April 2025, an X account called Sword of Solomon broke the news that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was in secret contact with the Gazan Ministry of Health, i.e., Hamas, to establish lists of Gazans to be sheltered in France. Last December, the National Court Asylum, CNDA, ruled that Palestinians from the West Bank under the protection of UNRWA, are now also eligible for refugee status in France. Do at least some of these newcomers participate in formal or informal networks devoted to supporting Hamas? Are some of them sleeper agents? Presumably, the French security services are keeping watch. To date, at least one refugee, a journalism student, was deported after professing admiration for Hitler on her Facebook page, so they sent her back to Gaza. Where to? Oh, sorry, no. They sent her back to Qatar, of course. A source close to the top of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs told me, as the source explained, they pay for everything. They pay for our hostages, they paid for the war in Libya, and so naturally, they've arranged a passport for the Ghazoui refugee, that's funny, who happened to be a Hitler fan. In return, if France put a Hotel Particulier up for sale at 60 million, Qatar will buy it for 50 million instead, and nobody will pay attention. And when Qatar resells the same hotel for 70 million to the Saudis while paying zero capital gains tax on their real estate purchases, no one will see that either. It is for these reasons that Macron recognized a fictional Palestinian state in concert with Qatar and Saudi Arabia in September of 2025. These and his own fading importance on the national and international stage. Since June of 2024, the same inside source told me Macron no longer counts for anything domestically, and his problem is that the herd of alpha males who lead the world today have started to realize that. Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping, Erdogan, Netanyahu. They've all begun to see him as a herbivore in a world of carnivores. So he had to come up with an idea that would both boost his popularity in France somewhat while helping him to regain some sort of traction internationally. So it happens that just weeks after a 13-year-old girl in Courbevoie, I don't know, I guess how you call it, Courbevoie, was beaten and raped by 3 teenagers for being Jewish, and a 75-year-old in Paris was assaulted by a neighbor yelling, "Dirty Jew, go back to Gaza," which makes no sense, and a 67-year-old in Yers or Yeres, I don't know, was assaulted by men yelling "Dirty Jew, we're going to kill you," and a 16-year-old was beaten up in middle school, and someone in the law and economy section of Sorbonne University circulated a WhatsApp quiz for or against the Jews, and someone else picked out 5 students whose names sounded Jewish, and someone else posted a cover of Mein Kampf. And while the Jewish girls who were victims of that bullying started to think they were either being followed in the streets or going paranoid, to the public amusement of their young colleagues, while all this and much more was going on, Macron appeared hand in hand at the UN with a sick 90-year-old man called Mahmoud Abbas, whom he insisted on calling Abu Mazen, his nom de guerre, from the time he co-founded Fatah with Yasser Arafat
Done?
some 50 years before by the Russians and by the KGB. In approval of Macron's gesture and at the request of the French socialist leader Olivier Faure, I don't know, whatever,
No?
I'm tired, 86 towns in
Done?
France raised the Palestinian flag above their city halls on Rosh
Alright.
Hashanah Day, which is the Jewish New Year. 2 months later, in November, a national poll came up with the following numbers. 40% of French Muslims believe that respect for the rules of Islam was more important than respect for French laws, a proportion that rose to 57% amongst 50 to 24-year-olds. Among the believer group, 23% sympathize with the Muslim Brotherhood, with French-born Muslims twice as likely to support the Muslim Brotherhood as French Muslims by acquisition, 35% versus 18%. How will those numbers translate next March during the municipal elections is anybody's guess. From Brussels, the capital of the EU, the future of Europe seems even less obvious than the one you see from Paris. In the heart of the city stands the ultra-modern, semicircular, glass-walled European Parliament building that shelters the seats of its 750 representatives and their technocratic advisors. It is baptized the Louis Weiss building in homage to the French Jewish writer and feminist Louise Weiss, who covered the Nuremberg trial and after the war devoted her life to peace and European integration. The goal of the European project at the time of Louise Weiss was to enshrine the common culture of the continent, banish wars, through the strengthening of the economic and political union of its member states, send to the world a Kantian dream, of universal law, which in turn would help to protect individual freedoms that are essential to the Enlightenment vision of a common humanity. The building named after her was inaugurated in December of 1999 at the very end of the global democracy decade, which in retrospect may well have been the only decade of Europe's peaceful future. Exactly 2 years later, in December of 2001, the Belgian war reporter Marie-Rose Armesto, stationed in Kabul, where she was covering the American-led war in Afghanistan, received a call from Waterloo, Belgium. On the other side of the line was Saida, a middle-class Belgian citizen of Moroccan origin. She'd said to put Armesto in touch with her sister, Malika El Arud. El Arud had just escaped the American bombings of the Tora Bora caves, where she'd been holed up since the beginning of the war with Al Qaeda terrorists and Taliban alike, and was now stuck in the Afghan mountains. Could Armesto help arrange a safe trip back to Belgium? As Armesto quickly found out, El Arud was not just your average Al Qaeda wife. She was known as the Black Widow, i.e., the enthusiastic life partner of the martyr Abdestastar, I can't even say this, Abdestastar Damain, one of the 2 fake cameramen who had approached Commander Ahmed Massoud for an interview only to blow themselves up in a suicide bombing attack on September 9th, 2001, 2 days before September 11th, if you guys don't know. This was one of the signs that something was going to happen in the U.S., and we were warned, but we didn't know when or how, apparently. Ordered by bin Laden himself, the killing of Commander Massoud, bin Laden's only potential rival in Afghanistan, would serve as the final go-ahead signal for the attacks on New York City and the Pentagon 2 days later. Born in Tangier, Morocco in 1959, El Arud grew up in Molenbeek district of Brussels. Very, very, very terroristic over there, by the way. Today, a 10-minute walk away from the Louise Weiss building, El Arud spent her turbulent youth between petty jobs, night bars and clubs. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Before turning to religion in the early 90s, she met this guy, Abdesattar Damen, a Tunisian immigrant in April of 1999 via the Belgium Islamic Center, called BIC, then one of the city's most prominent Muslim centers. Damen's fake accreditation letter to Commander Massoud came from the BIC. So this organization is the one who made the introduction to blow up the counter to Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. The head and founder of the BIC was a Syrian Muslim brother of aristocratic extraction, Sheikh Bassem Ayachi, who had fled Syria after the Brotherhood's failed insurrection
Fun.
against the Syrian Baath regime in the mid-60s. After settling in France as a political refugee, he married a French woman and became a French citizen. While working for a French engineering firm in Saudi Arabia, he was imprisoned for alleged contacts with terrorists. Once back in France, he opened a restaurant in Nice before being convicted of financial fraud. After his release from prison, he resettled in Mozambique in 1991 as a Muslim cleric. It was Ayachi who married Ella Rud and Damain and sent them
No?
to Jalalabad, Afghanistan, where they climbed Al Qaeda's hierarchy at an astonishing speed. According to Jean Pierre Martin, Armisto's husband, who died of cancer in 2007, Malika and Daman lived in direct proximity to Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. A good number of the first Belgium jihadis did the same. A month after 9/11, the war started, and the Black Widow followed Al Qaeda's leaders to their refuge in the Tora Bora caves, only to be heavily bombed by the Americans. Bin Laden went AWOL. Ella Rud made it to the mountains, where she managed to call her sister for help, and Marie Rose Armesto, who was well known for the quality and honesty of her work, was then contacted. The journalist teamed up with the Belgian Foreign Ministry to sort out Ella Rud's return trip to Brussels on the condition that the Black Widow would agree to a series of interviews about her journey. Ella Rud got locked up as soon as she touched down. Once behind bars, she started talking to Armesto as promised. However, since the judges couldn't prove that she'd known about her husband's plan to kill Masood, they let her go, and the relationship between the two women soon went south. In March of 2002, Armesto insisted on moving forward with the interviews, and Ella Rud arranged an appointment on the Boulevard Leopold II in Mozambique. A trap, said Jean-Pierre Martin. Malika was surrounded by bodyguards and local kids, and they smashed her car with steel bars. Armesto managed to write a book out of the incomplete interviews and published it under the title Her Husband Killed Masood. Ella Rud disappeared in Switzerland, where she remarried and set up an internet site called Minbar that specialized in Islamist propaganda and recruitment. In 2008, she gave an interview to the International Herald Tribune. It's not my job to set off bombs, she explained. I have a weapon, and that is writing. That's my jihad. You can do a lot with words. Writing is also a bomb. In the years that followed, Ella Rud encouraged her second husband, Moaz Garthouli, I guess, I don't know, to go to Afghanistan and fight, as well as coordinated European jihadist networks. I've killed 5 Americans, he emailed her on July 5th, 2005, before being killed himself by a U.S. drone strike in 2012, 7 years later. Yet it wasn't until 2010 that Ella Rud was finally convicted for creating, leading, and financing a terrorist group and sentenced to 8 years in prison, a sentence justified in the eyes of the judges by her alleged psychological instability. Although she was later stripped of her Belgian citizenship and listed for expulsion, she died of cancer in Belgium in 2023 after Morocco refused to take her back. Who would want her? Malika Ella Rud's trajectory offered a clear warning of what was to follow both in Belgium and France, as well as a series of practical clues that would prove to be of use to investigators in the decades to come. Consider, for instance, Ella Rud's 2 years in Jalalabad in bin Laden's vicinity. There, her best friend was Sylvie Begal, the French convert wife of the Algerian-born terrorist Djamel Begal. Begal had moved to France in 1987 before joining the Algerian terror group GIA in 1994 during the Algerian Civil War. In 2005, while in prison in France, he became friends with Sharif Kouachi, one of the 2 brothers who would commit the Charlie Hebdo massacre 10 years later. Begal was the Kouachi brothers' ideological mentor. He served the same function for Ahmedi Koulibaly, perpetrator of the Vincenze hyper-caché market killing 2 days after the Charlie Hebdo slaughter. Oh, by the way, the Muslims went into grocery stores and started stabbing people after the Charlie Hebdo slaughter too. A Jewish grocery store, I believe, right? Or consider Ella Rud's second husband, Moaz Garsalui. Back in September of 2011, he gave Mohammed Merah basic training in Afghanistan and taught him how to use weapons. This was just 6 months before Merah went on a killing spree in the French city of Montauban, murdering 3 French soldiers, wounding a 4th, and then going on to cause carnage at the Ozer Hattorah school in Toulouse in March of 2012, killing the Sandler children, who were 4 and 5 years old, their father, Jonathan, 30 years old, and putting a bullet at point-blank range in the head of Miriam Monsenego, a 7-year-old little girl. The Mullah, fuck all these jihadis, I swear to God. I'm sorry. Like, I have very little tolerance. If you read all the atrocities by Islamic terrorists, I do not understand what we're playing around with. Craters. The Middle East would be a crater. The
That's every
Molenbeek.
time you say Champs Elysees. That's the song.
Yeah, the Molenbeek district was also an important clue. It was there during the 2000s that Mera's ideological mentors, the Klein brothers, two French Salafists, would travel on a regular basis from Toulouse to bring Salafi propaganda leaflets printed in Brussels to southwest France. Later on, the Klein brothers would join ISIS in Syria, where they would be killed by American drones. Before they died, their voices would be identified on the ISIS video, taking credit for the Bataclan Cafe terrorist massacres on November 13th, 2015 in Paris. The attack claimed 130 lives and left 413 injured. 4 of the 9 terrorists involved that day came from Molenbeek. A fifth one came from the Brussels region, and another yet, Osama Attar, the head of the operation and the highest ranking European member of the Islamic State, came from the Lecan District 10, minutes away from Molenbeek. When was the last time anyone has attempted to take the full factual measure of the times we have been living in since 9/11? Or is that attempt itself a mistaken effort to tie together a series of events that in truth are only loosely related to each other? Here's Le Soir, one of Belgium's leading newspapers, dated November 13th, 2025, front page. Why do we continue to talk about the Paris attacks? 10 years on, Molenbeek wants to move forward. And it's true that you can see it that way, especially when you walk the quiet, empty streets of Molenbeek during prayer time and stop on a terrace to warm yourself in the late autumn sun and have a mint tea brought by a friendly young waiter. It is eerily quiet. Only a canal separates it from the commercial vulgarity of the rest of the city center, and yet, either due to unemployment or religion or both, the sense of time here is different. There's no music and barely any sound at all. Most of the shops are on the small side and only sell functional stuff, some groceries, furniture shop, a carpenter, 2 garages. Bearded men with their families walk by quietly in jeans or long chemises, often with their ankles hidden by socks that cover every inch of skin. Young women wear abayas and hijabs, also walk by, and they're all in groups. Unmarried women do not walk alone. The only clothing stores I've seen after I crossed the bridge sold only traditional clothing. Political tracts are displayed in every storefront. The Palestinian flag hangs at the entrance of every bridge leading into the district. Over one bridge flies the flag of the city of Brussels with an AK-47 superimposed on it. Oh my God. What the flying fuck? My guide here in Molenbeek is Fadila Maroufi, a social worker with a PhD in anthropology, who grew up in the adjoining district of Korigem. When I was a kid in the late 80s, Murphy tells me we'd come here in Molenbeek pretty often to visit family, and I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand that religious vibe. Later, as a teenager, I had been insulted, spit at because I wasn't dressed in a way that conformed to Islam. Marufi was forced into marriage by her mother when she was 17. At 19, she divorced, became estranged from her family. Today, openly a lesbian. Well, after being forced to marry, God knows what that guy was like. And publicly at war with religion. She lives 30 miles from Brussels at an undisclosed address. She says she's received multiple death threats on X, including videos of beheading, and that she's been followed to the train station on her way home many times. To drink her mint tea, she discreetly lifts the COVID mask she wears to avoid being recognized. This is an old interview, interesting. She was born in 1976 to working class parents who themselves were born in Brussels. As for most Belgian Muslims, her grandparents on both sides were Berbers from the Moroccan RAF who immigrated in the mid 1960s. Their practice of Islam was back then was mostly cultural. Murphy says, my grandparents did Ramadan. My parents, not at all. They would rather dress in bell bottoms. My dad was a big James Bond fan. My mother was into French pop songs. Things were not always easy at home. My father encouraged us to get an education, and that helped me, but he was also quite violent. He drank and we were abused, but there was abuse in all families, with or without alcohol. Abuse was something completely normal in our surrounding. These were also quite a lot of incest in the Islamic community, she says. As in France, but for different reasons, the Belgian authorities did not provide social support of integration policies for the immigrant families they had invited to come in mass from Morocco. The French feared the post colonial nationalist resentment of their former colonies if they tried to integrate the Algerians. In Belgium, it was the exact opposite. According to Jean Pierre Martin, who wrote a book on Molenbeek, there was no colonial past at all with a Muslim country. The religious practice and even the family lives, of the migrants were private, under the radar. The one mosque in Brussels, the Great Mosque, was practically a ruin. It was on those ruins that mosques began to spring up. In 1967, the year of the Six-Day War, Belgium signed a cultural cooperation agreement with Israel, and on his way back from an official visit to London, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia made an impromptu stop in Brussels to express his discontent with them. Motherfucker. The context of the Cold War, the Soviets were setting up military
So
bases
I
in Egypt,
became a
and
Nazi,
economic
yeah, bitch,
considerations
I'm a
incited the Belgian federal government to accommodate the Saudis, and the the Belgian king Baudouin's advisors suggested offering his Saudi counterpart a long-term lease for the ruined mosque as a goodwill gesture. The work of renovating the mosque took several years. The new, much bigger Great Mosque was listed as Belgian Heritage Site in 1976 and inaugurated in 78. But then the world had already changed. The oil shock triggered by Saudi Arabia in retaliation for the Yom Kippur War was already 5 years old. In Tehran, the Shiite, just so you understand, okay? Israel was attacked in the Yom Kippur War. And because they won and fought back at odds that were unprecedented, the Saudis triggered a retaliation by cutting off all oil to everyone. I want you to understand what bomb, you know, all Iran and everywhere else. Anyways,
Marianne.
there you go. In Tehran, the Shiite mullahs were warming up for the the coming Islamic revolution that would lead the Saudis to launch, in reaction, a Wahhabi global competition with Iran across the planet. Islam, in other words, had turned into a geopolitical weapon. In the 80s and 90s, during Maroufi's childhood and youth, Saudi Arabia was everywhere, fighting the Russians in Afghanistan, financing networks in Algeria for the young Algerian Salafis of the GIA to go training with bin Laden in Pakistan, thus preparing the incoming civil war, supporting Izzet Begovic's Muslim government in Bosnia, providing Europe with a contingent of radicals and a stash of AK-47s, some of which would later end up in the hands of the Kouachi brothers. Meanwhile, in Molenbeek, my generation started attending mosques on Wednesday afternoons, on weekends in the mornings, says Maroufi. They began to learn the Quran and to learn it by heart. Friday sermons became de rigueur. We began to hear that non-believers were impure, dirty, and they were pigs, and that therefore we had the right to beat them up, steal from them, and so on, and kill them. As the eldest, Maroufi had always had a protective relationship with her 7 siblings, especially with the 2 brothers who came after her. As they grew up, however, things began to change because I was a girl, and for them, that I would have some authority was unthinkable. Among friends and classmates, boys had a special status because they had to watch over their sisters to preserve the family's honor. As Maroufi remembers, we began to drift apart. One of them in particular, Mahdi, systematically tried to challenge my authority and get the upper hand. From the moment I started going to an elite school in Brussels and stopped speaking the language of the neighborhood, he saw me as a foreigner. For the 2 brothers, the equivalent of the elite school in the competition for prestige, manliness, and authority turned out to be quick money, i.e., drug trafficking. In a handful, so the Berber Moroccans are all drug traffickers and money launderers, and they're gangs, and they kidnapped the queen, like the queen of whatever.
No, it's I got tech teams in Israel. I got tech teams in Israel. Sneeko does it so much better than I do. I got tech teams in Israel.
Mother who began to wear the veil. How they became involved in terror networks is not entirely clear, but in his book, Nos années de plume de Cairo Bataclan, our years of lead from Cairo to the Bataclan, the investigative French journalist Philippe Cohen-Grillet quotes several police reports that locate Mahdi Maroufi as a key character in the plot to target Bataclan Theater in Paris as far back as 2007, a theater chosen because it was owned at the time by 2 brothers who were Jews. Oh my God, I didn't even know that. Georges Dalema, but it was all like French people in there. There was Christians mostly in there, 99% probably. George Dalamang is a former member of parliament and a former senator and a specialist in defense and terrorism issues. The day after the attacks in Paris, he told me I was alerted by a police officer of a Moroccan origin who said to me, "We knew we had information about some of the killers and it wasn't taken seriously. I demanded a parliamentary inquiry, which was initially denied and only granted reluctantly after Brussels itself was hit in March of 2016. Maybe because it targeted only Jews. A previous attack at the Jewish Museum in Brussels that killed 3 in the spring of 2014 had been totally forgotten. What's tragic," Delaman told me, "is that Belgium seems not to have learned from this period. Belgium is divided into 3
I
official
got tech
linguistic
teams
groups.
in
Dutch,
Israel.
spoken by the Flemish, 6.5 million, French, 4.5 million, and German, roughly 7,
I got tech teams in Israel.
corresponding federal communities. But because Brussels is seen as a French enclave in a Flemish region, the city
God promised me those tech teams. God promised me those tech teams 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. Promised to me 3,000 years ago. something like that.
Byzantine network of overlapping local potentates, I guess, right? Potentates, is that how you say it? And
I know your
vote-casting.
super
As
chat
a
was
result,
promised to
in
me like
2010 through
3,000 years
2011
ago
and
by
again in
God.
2019 through
So
2020, for almost 2 years, each time inconclusive, elections forced Belgium to function with no government at all. The series of reforms that transformed Belgium from a classic multilingual state into this labyrinth form of federalism were almost all adopted between 1980 and 2001, the very period when radical Islam began taking hold in the country. Like in France, Islamism in Belgium took two forms: the Salafi networks financed and ideologically framed by the Saudis and largely involved in the terror attacks of the 2010s on the one hand, and on the other, the Muslim brothers kicked out from Syria by the Assad regime in 82, less prone to direct action and more politically savvy. And like in France, at the end of the 2010s, after the terror wave and the change of policy in Saudi Arabia, the brothers did not hesitate to inform on their Salafi counterparts, winning favor with authorities and thereby institutionalizing their own networks of presumably state-friendly community centers and NGOs. Okay. This strategy eased the infiltration of Belgian society and institutions by the Brotherhood and their narrative with the help of the left. The most obvious example is the CIB, Collective for Inclusion and Against Islamophobia in Belgium, which was set up in 2014 by the Brotherhood as a Belgian counterpart of the French CCIF, which is the Collective Against Islamophobia in France. While the CCIF was dissolved by the French government in 2020 for being an Islamist propaganda organization, fostering a climate of division and hatred, in Belgium, through a network of officially independent but interconnected organizations, the CIIB keeps receiving subsidies from the city of Brussels, from several regions, from the federal state, the EU, and the Open Societies Foundation. Of the 7 founders of the
oh my
CIIB, 5
mega
also
smashies
leaders of the
mega
Belgian Green Party,
flyer.
Ecolo. Today,
She
these new
wanna
structures and many others exist in addition to the prior bodies like the pro-Iranian Samadoun or the EU PAC, European Palestinian Council for Political Relations, which notoriously serves as a cover
These
for
people
Hamas,
took my
set
kids from me and they put my
on
baby
Place
I got so much anger and got nowhere to
set on
take it
Place
out. Getting
Robert
stuck
Schuman
in the
in Brussels.
matrix. Why the
EU
fuck's my
PAC
nitrous?
fronts
Yes, I
the
am a cook. I love when
Berlaymont
people
building
fuck
of the
on my
European Commission.
bitch.
The European Commission is also directly funneling 10 million into a 6-year
Yeah, don't say
research
that.
project called the
You
European
niggas say
Quran, which
I'm
under the guise of understanding
but all
holy
the
the
money
book,
and fame I still
no,
can't
excuse
get
me,
my kids
how the
back.
holy book has
But
influenced
all
both
the
culture and
money and
religion in
fame I
Europe,
still don't get to see my
finances
children.
research
Niggas
projects
say
such as
I'm stupid,
nativism,
but they don't see
Islamophobia, and
how I be
Islamism in the age of
feeling. So I
populism,
became a
Islamic
Nazi, yeah,
tyranny
bitch,
as
I'm
a
the
global force, or mapping the evolution of Sharia.
villain.
The result of this general atmosphere is not hard to point out. On the evening of October 7th, while pogroms were still underway in southern Israel, the Belgian public television
They don't
channel welcomed an
understand the
expert
things I say
on
on
international
Twitter.
law from the Free University of Brussels, who, instead of condemning Hamas, spent 3 minutes invoking the context and international law so that viewers might better understand what Hamas was doing. In March of 2024, Belgian Prime Minister Alexander De Croo posted a video on LinkedIn in which he relayed unchecked Hamas figures of civilian casualties and demanded an end to the war without mentioning the return of Israeli hostages. A few days later, his party and the Flemish Christian Democrats endorsed a boycott. By the way, they're leftist
Goddamn
and not
song stuck in my
Christians,
head.
Democrats, just so you know. Endorsed a boycott of the Jewish state. If I were their age, the prime minister told an interviewer from the national television station RTBF, who asked about the violent student demonstration on campus, I would probably be with them, is what he said. Since October 7th, Belgium has experienced the same anti-Israel street demonstrations as everywhere else, albeit with more intensity. The real difference lies in the support for the rioters, not just by the media or academia, but by the state and state institutions. To date, 6 of the 7 political parties of the country have joined the rioters demanding a boycott of Israel. Perhaps as a result, the Jewish community in Belgium is in sharp decline. Barely 30,000 Jews remain in Belgium today against more than the 40,000 at the turn of the century. And most, if not all, of the prominent leaders of the community receive regular death threats, a type of discourse which appears to become normative in widely different areas of society when talking about Jews. On August 4th, 2024, in his chronicle in the weekly, is it Umo? Whatever. Umo, I think it's Umo. The best-selling trendy Flemish author Herman Brusselmans wrote that he was so enraged about Gaza that he wanted to stick a sharp knife in the throat of every Jew he met. It's not my job to set off bombs, Malika Al-Arud said to the International Herald Tribune in 2008. I have a weapon, and that is writing. That's my jihad. You can do a lot with words. Writing is also a bomb. 18 years later, in post-October 7th Brussels, thanks to the Brotherhood, these sentences resonate like a prophecy. Oh my God. hold on. Elliot Ludwig, a Jewish psychology professor
You
from
live in
Montreal,
Montreal,
and
your
his wife
parents call you
Karen
Ludwig, they
Skenazy,
hate you.
who teaches Jewish literature, moved to Birmingham, England with their 3 kids in 2014. Warwick University, where Ludwig, then 39, had just been appointed, was 21 miles away, but Birmingham's mid-sized city vibe seemed the more appealing place to live with its nice neighborhood of Moseley and the King David Jewish School. And of course, there's the world-famous Aston Villa Football Club. Although not a season ticket holder, Ludwig loved football, and after settling down, he started to get tickets whenever he could. On November 6th, however, things were different. Aston Villa was hosting Maccabi Tel Aviv. It was exactly a year after the riots in Amsterdam when Maccabi played the Dutch club AFC Ajax. Israeli President Herzog had called these riots an anti-Semitic pogrom. The Guardian, a clash between Israeli Maccabi supporters and an apparent pro-Palestinian protest, and former BBC journalist Owen Jones, an anti-Muslim gaslighting from Israeli football thugs relishing in Israeli extermination of Palestinian children. That's what he stated. Whatever they were, they had resulted in 11 injured and 62 arrests. I decided to go anyway and to go with my younger son, Ludwig told me. He is 15 years old. His 2 brothers are in Canada. We had a discussion in advance. I was concerned, but I also thought there's no way I'm letting a bunch of extremists prevent me from going to see Villa play, right? And I said to my son, listen, if it turns violent, we're not going to go. You might hear some unpleasant things, but be
Okay.
ready. And so we went right. There was tension surrounding the game. Across Europe, calls are going to cut cultural and sporting ties with Israel. Stated a petition launch on September 17th, the very day the game was announced, by the Pakistani-born Birmingham MP Ayub Khan, whose Perry Bar constituency is close to Aston Villa's grounds, citing the Amsterdam incidents as an
What was
example.
that?
The petition warned that the arrival of the Israeli Maccabi supporters in Aston, where a diverse and predominantly Muslim community community lived, posed a real risk. It demanded that at the very least any fans linked to disorder abroad be denied entry to the UK, and that those who did come would be denied the chance to gather and roam in Birmingham. Former Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn immediately signed, soon followed by more than 3,000 signatures. On October 1st, the Moseley-based Muslim cleric and influencer Asrar Rashid made a speech saying, "We will not show mercy to Maccabi Tel Aviv fans traveling to Birmingham for the Aston Villa FC match," a speech that went viral as soon as it was posted on X on October 16th. That same day, West Midlands Police, WMP, officially ranked the game as high risk and advised the Birmingham Council to ban Israeli fans from going to Villa Park, essentially surrendering to the petition. Almost immediately, Prime Minister Keir Starmer posted on X the police had made the wrong decision. On October 21st, The Guardian ran an exclusive report establishing the true reasons for the ban. According to supposed intelligence assessment made by the WMP, scores of extreme Maccabi fans, this is the lie that they created, by the way, with a past history of violence, were expected to travel to Birmingham. These same Maccabi fans had initiated the trouble in Amsterdam, which had led to reprisal violence with some Dutch Jews attacked. Things had gone so badly in Amsterdam, the report went on, that the Dutch had to deploy a huge effort involving 5,000 officers across 3 days to quell the trouble. Any trouble started by Maccabi fans attending the Birmingham game could lead to reprisals from local people and further trouble. On October 23rd, WMP released its complete report, which contained the same information printed in The Guardian with a few novel additions. Described Maccabi fans as containing highly skilled military fighters with ties to the IDF. Oh, this is hilarious. They were impressively organized and coordinated hooliganism, such as the Dutch had never previously seen. They dragged taxi drivers from cabs and asked civilians from streets and thrown them into the river. The supposed source of all this information, which differed radically from prior credible reports of an organized anti-Jewish pogrom in Amsterdam, it was implied was none other than the Amsterdam police. Long before darkness fell over Birmingham on November 6th, the evening of the game, anonymous masked men filmed themselves pinning anti-Semitic messages on lampposts all around Villa Park. They read, "If you see a Zionist, call the anti-terror hotline, and your voice, boycott Israel." A Jewish man opened his bag to show the small Israeli flag he had brought and was verbally abused by 2 passing drivers. Scum yelled a woman walking down the street, "Get deaf out of my city." And they used the whole words. An English cop showed up almost immediately, but instead of scolding the woman, warned the Jewish man against waving the flag in anyone's presence. Meanwhile, the Israeli team warned that the city was unsafe for them and was confined inside of the stadium. We were told that to be safe, we should be at the stadium 5 hours beforehand. Maccabi CEO Jack Angelides would later testify to the BBC, with our players having to lie down on the ground in club facilities for their rest. Once the sun went down, pro-Palestinian activists began assembling outside of Villa Park Stadium, chanting from the river to the sea, "Allahu Akbar, resistance is justified, and death, death, death to the IDF." Sheikh Asrar Rashid started ranting, "We should not have mercy. I meant what I said. Bibi, go back to Poland. Israel, your so-called state. How can you be a part of the European Championship when you're not even in Europe? A Palestinian state means the destruction of your Knesset." He went on like this with no intervention whatsoever from the 700 policemen surrounding the game. When one woman brought the flag of Israel into the melee, she was immediately taken away. A few dozen Jewish demonstrators who had staged a march of their own under heavy police guard were herded inside a steel ringed basketball court near the stadium that some reporters would later call a Jew cage. Elliot Ludwig was there. There's the Israeli flag. There's a little door there, and there's a guy, a police officer, not in uniform, a police officer standing at the door, not letting anybody in. He told me. So I went to him and asked, "Can I join and support?" And they were like, "No, no, only the people who had marched together to make their protest were allowed in there. The Palestinian protesters were just at the park. They could walk around and do whatever they wanted and yell at the Jews freely." At kickoff, some of the Palestinian protesters tried to gain entry through the fence. At halftime, they threw fireworks in the direction of the Jews. The fence arrangement had been discussed beforehand with the Jewish organizers for their own safety, but since nobody had thought of placing the Islamist demonstrators behind a similar protection, the images on X and on TV proved highly disturbing. A huge cordon of police vans, Jewish people corralled behind wires, claiming that anti-Semitism has no place in sport, and a horde of pro-Palestinian disruptors free to cause unrest. That evening, MP Ayub Khan, standing side by side with Sheikh Asar Rashid, could rejoice about the right moral stance as he called WMP's decision to ban supporters. "I welcome the news that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans will not be permitted to watch the match at Aston Villa. Well done to all those that signed our petition." Mark Gardner, CEO of the Community Security Trust in charge of the protection of the Jews, put it differently. The Aston Villa match is about who controls the streets of the UK's second largest city. On November 26th, I emailed Amsterdam police spokesperson Sebastian Mayer to fact check some of the assertions the Guardian and WMP had given to justify the ban of Maccabi fans at Aston Villa. On the number of police in the streets, the Amsterdam police deployed around 1,200 officers in different shifts on November 7th. Major wrote back, a far cry from the 5,000 mentioned by The Guardian and the WMP report. Were Maccabi fans highly skilled military fighters with ties to the IDF? As the WMP report, the Amsterdam police did not investigate the relationship between the Maccabi fans and the IDF. Mayer answered cautiously, "So what really happened during those Amsterdam riots?" Mayer sent me two separate reports from the Dutch Ministry of Justice and from Safety and Crisis Management, an independent organization regularly commissioned by the Dutch government for security assessments and analysis, along with an online investigation conducted by the Amsterdam South Borough Council representative Michael Vis. They helped clarify what followed. Europe is Europe, and that is to say, a continent where history comes clashing with present at the most unexpected moments. By coincidence, the match took place on November 7th at 9 p.m., less than 3 hours after the commemoration ceremony for Kristallnacht in Amsterdam's Portuguese synagogue. It was also the middle of a week of anti-Israel demonstrations that had led to an order against the demonstrators to keep 1 kilometer away from the football stadium. Chief among those demonstrators stood Meki Alouad Ahmed, a 40-ish cab driver from Morocco, known as a representative and spokesperson for taxi drivers in Amsterdam, but whose X account is exclusively dedicated to what he calls the Palestinian Holocaust. According to Representative Michael Vis, who studied Ahmed's Instagram account extensively, Ahmed has shared conspiracy theories about 9/11, videos suggesting that Jews control the U.S. and want to overthrow Western civilization, and comparisons between Netanyahu and Adolf Hitler. He had stated that October 7 marked the beginning of Palestinian Independence Day and has glorified its master ban Yahya Sinwar. Tellingly, Ahmed's name appears in neither of the two official Dutch reports. Is it because at the time they were written during the spring of 2025, Ahmed was a guest star of the International Day Against Racism, which gathers around 10,000 people each year in Amsterdam with the full support of the municipality? Both reports do mention that on November 6, 2024, the eve of the game, a few hundred of the Israeli fans listed as ultras clashed with at least two Muslim taxi drivers and trashed a third car while singing in Hebrew chants like "fuck the Arabs." But why cab drivers? Was Ahmed involved at any point? The question is not asked. Around 11 p.m. the same day, in any case, previously prepared anti-Israel slogans were projected across the facade of a public building after a large group of Israelis gathered at a casino. Their location was leaked by a security guard and dozens of taxis arrived. A chase followed. At least one of the Maccabi supporters was thrown in the canal that night and forced to shout "Free Palestine" while the crowd on the quay chanted "Jewish cancer." The next day was the day of the game. On Snapchat, Telegram, and other social media, messages began to circulate calling for future attacks on Israelis and Jewish people en route back to their hotels. As the game took place without major trouble, several fake incidences were reported to the police. uh, by the Arabs, by the Muslims, leading authorities to suspect a deliberate diversion. Finally, violence surged around 11 p.m., unexpected, short, and intense, as the Safety and Crisis Management Report phrased it. It goes on. During an hour-and-a-half flash targeted attacks take place against small groups and individuals, particularly Maccabi supporters, Israelis, and people presumed to be Jewish, even though they weren't. Videos posted on social media would later show people chasing others with knives, a man on the ground begging for his assailants to stop stabbing him since he's not Jewish, another lying unconscious on the ground while being kicked. In the morning, in the midst of a global outrage, Israel chartered emergency flights to repatriate Maccabi fans. Mayor Mahal Sima commented at a press conference that she could imagine why people watching the events of the night might think of pogroms. An emergency ordinance was imposed lasting a full week. Here's how the Safety and Crisis Management Report explained why the response at the tipping point of escalation was not optimal and why the police were unable to focus sufficiently on the flash attacks. The risk of confrontations between groups has always been recognized from both an information driven and risk driven perspective. However, the risk of Maccabi supporters being specifically targeted in an anti Semitic context was never explicitly defined. Such a situation had never occurred so explicitly before this evening. A far cry from the Guardian and WMP assertions. So, how did the WMP get it so wrong about the main threat to public safety in Birmingham? Two ongoing investigations, a parliamentary inquiry and an IOPC investigation, are currently working on it as of this writing. The IOPC is the UK Internal Affairs Committee. But a partial answer may lie with activist Ashish Prashar, leader and main visible member of an organization that calls itself Game Over Israel. On September 16th, the day an investigative commission of the UN Human Rights Council determined that Israel had committed genocide of Gaza, Game Over paid for billboards in Times Square and Largo La Fopa in Milan, demanding President Seferin suspend Israel now. Digital ad vans popped up in the streets of Paris, London, Barcelona, and Birmingham the very next day, along with a full page ad in the LA Times. This is all, by the way, planned and staged. It's all fake and gay, but just so you guys know, the UEFA email address figured on the play card, sometimes accompanied by a bloodstained soccer ball. Ashish Prashar was born in London to Punjabi parents. He lives now in Brooklyn, New York, with his wife and their child. He defines himself as a human rights activist, a political strategist, a TEDx speaker, a fellow at the Royal Society of Arts. He also sits on the board of Just Leadership and says that he has worked as an advisor on matters related to the Middle East for David Cameron, and Boris Johnson, Tony Blair, and the Biden administration, among others. Prashar won't say how much the Game Over Israel campaign cost him or who paid for it, but he does credit several advisors and helpers, including the law professors John Duggard in South Africa, Susan Akram in America, and Ghassan Abu Sita, rector of the University of Glasgow. Above all, he credits Richard Falk, former UN Special Rapporteur for the Middle East, otherwise known for questioning the official version of 9/11 and for endorsing the anti-Semitic book *The Wandering Who* by Gilad Atzmon, whatever, in 2011. All played a role, one way or another, in this campaign. John Duggard, for instance, wrote President Seferin a letter accompanying a report called Game Over Israel that, according to Prashar, presented an extensive evidence of the Israeli systematic instrumentalization of football culture and genocide. Oh my God, they're so dumb. The report, says Prashar, was submitted to UEFA between the 1st and the 4th of October to weigh in the vote. UEFA was supposed to have that week on whether or not to ban Israel from further European competition. But since that vote never actually took place, said Prashar, he contacted a senior officer at the West Midlands Police and shared the report with him. This is where the plot thickens. Who wrote the report? According to Prashar, it was authored by a Brussels-based Hind Rajab Foundation, a human rights foundation with, in Prashar's words, an amazing legal team and amazing research capabilities dedicated to the worldwide pursuit of war crimes that they can prove. They produced the report for us, Prashar told me. Oh, wow. In fact, HRF focuses on Israel only, no other human rights situations. Since its launching in September of 2024, it has filed 1,000 complaints across the world against IDF soldiers at the ICC. With whose money? Again, it's impossible to say. HRF's website includes no more financial data, donor information, or source of funding than Prashar's does. Qatar. As for HRF founder and leader Dayub Abu Jaja, he is a Lebanese Shiite closely and openly affiliated with HeZboller. Maybe it's a little bit of Iran too, as he himself admitted to the New York Times as far back as 2003. Interviewed by The Guardian in 2015, Jaja claimed he had changed But in a post on X in September of 2024, he still bragged about having organized visits for Hezbollah's political leadership to several European countries, including the UK, an event for which he was banned from entering the UK. And according to an investigative piece by the Jerusalem Post in February 2025, Jaja is believed to be part of an intricate network of Hezbollah affiliated companies and families of financiers and legal advisors, many of them designated by the U.S. for their ties to the Iranian proxy terror group. So this is the man who wrote the document that, according to Prashar, was given to West Midlands police to help them assess the risk posed by the Maccabi fans for the city of Birmingham the night of the Villa Park game. As for the report itself, it isn't a legal work by any stretch. For the most part, it's a bunch of pictures taken from several young Israeli soldiers' social accounts showing them holding Israeli flags and Maccabi flags together in several locations from Jerusalem to Syria. The captions presented as analytical comments are there to demonstrate the systemic genocidal mindset that these images are supposed to portray. At the Commission of Inquiry, WMP neither denied nor confirmed whether they saw this report or not. They also disagreed with Amsterdam police on when they met and what information they exchanged. Wow, they're such fucking liars. Strolling through the streets of downtown Birmingham between the rundown buildings of the abandoned Digbeth factories and the bizarre carbuncle called the Selfridges building that serves as a new shopping district is like walking between two types of devastation: the ruins of the 20th century on one side and the survival consumerism of the 21st on the other. There's a plan to renovate the red brick walls of Digbeth and their broken windows, but it's been stalled for years, Birmingham being the council with the biggest budget deficit in the UK. The bullring market owes its existence to King Henry II in the 12th century. Today, the venerable institution is an open-air mall covered with kebabs, Chinese, Thai, and Indian restaurants. There aren't many pubs around, and most of the people in them seem to be 60 or older. On the boulevards, trams run along blind, empty buildings and past deserted store windows. In the rain, the concrete landscape looks like a mix between some communist-era Balkan town and the derelict capital of a half-forgotten South American country. And yet, this is Birmingham, the second largest city of England, and once the industrial heart of the country, the workshop of the world where the din of hammers, the rushing of steam, and the dead, heavy clanking of engines was the harsh music which arose from every quarter, as Dickens, who loved the city, wrote in the Pickwick Papers in 1836, known worldwide for its automobile, metalworking, small arms industries, and machinery. The city fell into decline in the early 1980s when the UK was decisively outperformed by Japan, Germany, and Asia, and 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs disappeared. Birmingham, being so manufacturing heavy, absorbed a disproportionate part of the resulting economic shock. Unskilled immigrants who had arrived to work in factories instead found themselves jobless. Lack of investment in transition economy, poor housing conditions, poor air quality, and other ills led to unemployment among youth skyrocketing to 30% by the early 90s. By 2006, Birmingham's manufacturing jobs had declined by 80%. The end of the 90s also saw the first rumors about grooming gangs spreading. Herds of men, Indian or Pakistani and Muslims for the most part, were kidnapping and raping white, poor, underage girls from dysfunctional families and trafficked them between Derby, Birmingham, and Bradford. As is now well known, the crime disregarded at the time as an urban legend was in fact widespread, not just across the Midlands, but across the UK, involving thousands upon thousands of victims, and so was the cover up, which implicated social services, media, politicians, and the cops, who in some cases went as far as indicting the victims or their fathers who were trying to protect them. Then a reporter for The Guardian, the feminist and writer Julie Bindel, recalls what happened to her when she first tried to write about it during the 90s. I was told really explicitly by my editor at The Guardian that this would be seen as racist because the story that I'd found, which was up in the northwest of England in Blackpool, was about the police covering up these grooming gangs that were made up of primarily brown-skinned Muslim immigrant men. And this was a fact that we needed to get around and explore. And I would have done it in a non-racist way. And I would have been very clear, though, about what I saw, and of course, and she was just thought, and she just thought this was bad optics for The Guardian. And so I took it to the Sunday Times. That was the left at the time. The white liberals, social workers, health workers, even some feminists that were supposed to be on the left were simply too scared that they would be called racist if they said the truth. Until transphobia came up as a slur, a racist that was the worst thing that you could be. Since then, predictably enough, popular outrage over the cover-up has been key to the rise of the populist far-right leader Tommy Robinson, particularly after Elon Musk resurrected the scandal on X in 2021. And yet not much has happened since. The multi-partisan inquiry victims and survivors liaison panel, reluctantly set up by successive governments, is so ineffective that 4 victims resigned from it in anger last fall. From Paris to Brussels to Amsterdam and elsewhere, it is happening across all the West, but still, what explains this bizarre mental mass resignation, so to speak, that affects a country known since the Blitz for its tough spirit of resistance? On October 2nd, when a 35-year-old Syrian-born British citizen called Jihad al-Shami attacked the worshippers of the Heaton Park Hebrew congregation in Manchester, killing 2 and injuring 3 before being shot by police, the whole country seemed briefly shocked, but nothing ensued either. Meanwhile, in December of 2024, one of the most influential medical journals worldwide, the BMJ, published an essay signed by 25 academics arguing that banning female genital mutilation, an illegal practice in the UK since 1985, is harmful and stigmatizing toward migrant communities. Meanwhile, the City of London and the Labour Party have already both adopted a definition of Islamophobia that is now being discussed in an all-party parliamentary group, and according to which, if passed, ever mentioning the grooming gangs will be considered offensive and therefore fall under the law restricting free speech. This law, called the Non-Crime Hate Incidents Law, what the fuck is that? These are fucking pedophiles and killers, these pieces of shit. These Pakistani Muslims that did this stuff. The atrocities, if you read the reports, you can't even start reading up one page without crying. It's horrific. Specifics that police can knock at your door for any statement you may have made deemed offensive or threatening by a self-designated victim. It is under this law that the comedian Graham Linehan was arrested last September at Heathrow for inciting violence after a social media post about trans. Even worse, last October, the Telegraph posted a video showing 2 policemen after they had arrested a man whose Magen David had antagonized pro-Palestinian protesters. And in November, 6 police officers rang at the home of Rosalind Levine, 47, to ask her about emails she had sent her daughter's school, in which she offered to help arrange for Holocaust survivors to address pupils, an interaction with the school presented as harassment. Great Britain is also the only Western country to tolerate no less than 85 active Sharia courts on its soil. An investigation by the Times found last summer also named councils. These courts rule over civil matters such as marriages. 100,000 marriages are believed to have been performed by them, a quarter of which involved polygamy, and attract an increasing number of Muslims from across Europe and North America. Birmingham alone, whose population is roughly 30% Muslim, 4.5 times the national average, counts 3 of them. Whatever the endemic reasons may be for the state of things, like elsewhere, October 7th has worsened it, and yet, here again, Birmingham serves as an accurate template for the rest of the country. In July of 2024, in the city where the median gross annual income is just it's about $34,000 a European, against a national average of 37,000, where the majority of jobs are in social care, wholesale, and retail trade, and where employment stands at just 66% compared to the English average of 76, voters have sent to Parliament 2 of the 5 MPs that English media call the independent Gaza MPs, because Gaza was their sole electoral platform and program. Nothing else mattered. One of those MPs is Ayub Khan, the man who launched the first petition in Birmingham against the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans coming to town. Probably for the first time in England, certainly for generations, you have people elected with a specific religious slant. Paul Stotts, head of security and extremism at the London-based think tank Policy Exchange, told me. Previously, Muslims had voted heavily for the Labour Party, for a range of other parties as well, but predominantly Labour. Here, the Muslim candidates have been able to run against Labour and indeed win quite comfortably. If you look at some of the results, it's a challenge to our liberal democracy. To my knowledge, there are no specific studies so far in the role played in those elections, but the Sharia courts. By the Sharia courts. But Emma Schubert, who is data and insights manager at the Adam Smith Institute, confirmed to me that the win for these 5 Islamic MPs is not just a demographic matter. What happens is that they are just mobilizing the Muslim population very, very well. They have a community where women can't go to the polls unaccompanied, for instance, and they make use of that. They also have a lot of multifamily homes, and they send in a package of mail-in ballots and lots of votes from just one address. The decisive factor is concentrated mobilization, not sheer population headcount. The risk that it happens on a larger scale next May in cities like London, Bradford, or Birmingham is absolutely real. And this is where the Villa Park game story takes its full national significance. Earlier this month, the Telegraph revealed that among the 8 mosques the WMP officials said they spoke to in order to assess the risks represented by the Israeli fans included were the Al Habib Mosque, the Jami Mosque, and above all, the Green Lane Mosque, which also houses a Sharia court. In the first mosque, days after October 7th, a preacher delivered a sermon titled Knowing the Facts, in which he claimed Jews were planning to become sole rulers of the world and recommended the reading of the protocols of the elders of Zion. In the second mosque, all these mosques should be shut down. Anybody who spouses this stuff should be done. The second mosque in November 2023, another preacher delivered a prayer in Arabic to call for the death of Jews. And in the Green Lane Mosque, fittingly enough, a third preacher spoke about the World Cup, arguing that Jews keep the people busy with sports and games, and that's why all those people make all that money. What? Any of those could have passed along the Game Over Israel document. On January 6, senior police officers from WIP facing the Home Affairs Committee admitted that their decision to ban the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans was partly based on intelligence that Muslim vigilante groups were arming and planning to attack Israelis. Instead of acting upon the potential attackers, they chose to focus on alleged threats posed by the potential victims. In July of 2024, newly elected Birmingham MP Iqbal Mohammed said during his victory speech, "We must take over the whole of Birmingham, the whole of West Midlands, the whole of the UK. We will not be taken for granted and we will win. Islam must take over." Okay, great. Since then, he and his 4 colleagues have helped resurrect former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, and together they have created a new formation called Your Party, plagued ever since by personal rivalries and hopeless ideological chasms. Excuse me. Does it mean that Iqbal Muhammad was wrong? A grim future will soon tell. Okay, I spent like 45 minutes reading this. I Bataclan enough. It was enough to remind me of what I saw and what these Islamic terrorists did. The Europe is done. You're going to see a massive. If there's not a civil war. Anyways, there's active measures. There's been meetings, by the way, by Five Eyes and leaders of countries. If the UK and France falls to Islam, like literal meetings, like massive like strategies,
Good.
national security meetings at very high levels, securing nuclear weapons, securing key infrastructure, because there is a high concern, and I don't know what the plan is around it. I don't know even what it looks like, but it involves foreign military in order to save those countries. It's kind of insane to the level and extent of what may occur. So buckle up. Okay, go ahead, Lillian.
First of all, thank you very much, because it should be a lesson. It should be a lesson not to deal with them and not to go for any business with them, first of all. Second of all, regarding to what you just said about Europe, my guess is that the Americans would come in the last minute to save Europe, because if Europe falls, America is also endangered. So that's another issue. I just wanted to refer you to the 70s, because the 70s are extremely important of what you said. And I wanted to recommend that you really try to get how it all started. And I mentioned her before. Her name is Batya or Giselle Littman. And she wrote a book about the Euro-Arab axis. She wrote it in 2005. And on what she presented as primary sources from official meetings, summits, conferences, policy documents related to what they called in Europe the Euro-Arab dialogue, officially, and it began in the early 70s. And those to blame were Willy Brandt, at that time, the West Germany chancellor, surprise, the SPD from the Social Party, and the French president, the Gaullist Georges Pompidou. And not only does she give her opinion or she writes what she thinks happened, she presents materials, documentation, selected documents from those gatherings, those meetings, reviews, minutes, an immense paper trail from these sources. And the basic thing was that after the 1973 oil crisis and the Copenhagen summit in 1973, there was a kind of a deal between that was led by the French president and the West Germany chancellor to allow immigrants, especially Muslim immigration, especially from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries to Europe. And then in return, OPEC promised them not to enhance any more um, uh, oil, oil embargo on Europe. And in the deal, they also promised that the immigrants would be allowed to build mosques, to continue living in the same way they lived in the countries of origin, that they would get a special Sharia law, Sharia law courts, etc., etc. This is how it began in 1970, in the 70s. And from then on, it became only worse and worse. So, what I want to say is that the fault is not in our stars, it's in ourselves. And we need to learn from it now. And those who are, those envoys who are sent in the names of I don't know whom to negotiate with whoever it is, yes, today, also on behalf of President Trump, should be really warned that those deals are deals with the devil. And we have come that far because of those concessions. Thank you. And with that, back to you. I really advise you to go and get that book from Batio. Am I audible?
I was talking to myself muted. Sorry. I was saying I'm going to go to sleep now. I did my work. I read that whole long article, which is like a book.
Yeah.
It's in Tablet Magazine.
I just wanted to ask you something. Did you see the tweet that Michal shared about
No.
Ehud Barak? And
No.
I shared it here. The tweet about Ehud Barak and Epstein.
Yeah, I didn't know. I haven't
From
looked at anything.
2016. I think it's important if people are aware of it.
Yeah, I'm very focused right now on Epstein, Bannon, Russia, Azerbaijan, money laundering, and Steve Bannon. Did I say that? Yeah, it's like there's a whole like thing. So we spent a lot of time
Okay,
today.
but I will send it to you. I will send it to you.
Send it to me. I'm gonna go to bed, guys. I'm sorry. It's been a very long. I didn't plan on doing such a long space. Listen to the beginning of the space. It's awesome. That's all I have to say. If you weren't around, listen to the beginning of the space. It's really, really good. Thank you, Esty. Thank you, everybody. Follow all my
Thank
spaces.
you,
Thank you.
Stealth.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
Will
Thank you
you
that.
very
repost
much, Steels.
that tablet article,
Yeah,
Stealth?
it's
That
on
was
my
so
feed
good.
already. It's on my feed, and
Okay.
I'll
Thank you.
I will repost it.
That was excellent. Thank you for reading it.
Haya, God bless.
Oh,
It's very
God
Stealth.
bless.
it's a
Thank
lot
you.
of European info, but he was giving a case for Europe in multiple countries in Europe, like what's happened,
It's
and
so important now because it's in such a bad spot. Such a
it's
bad spot.
Each one is more telling than the other, by the way. Like you could write a whole book on each different country, location, or event. But
I was wondering if it was going to cover Cologne, but I guess there are much worse things than the Cologne thing.
But remember, it started with France and West Germany.
yeah,
Don't ever forget it.
100%.
yeah.
Still,
Willy Brandt and Georges Pompidou.
yep. Stealth, the next time you do a space, could I ask you if you're able to, after you post the space, could you immediately retweet it with words? Because then I think everyone will get the notification of that one.
With
Like,
words, but the
like
space
come on
thing?
in or something.
Oh, like quote tweet it.
Like
You mean? Yeah.
quote tweet. Because then I think that should work.
Oh, Tablet retweeted me the article that when I posted it. That's so sweet. So okay, I just posted my last tweets. So the fall of Europe, were they listening to me? Maybe it's 13 hours ago. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that's 13 hours ago. I'll okay. This is wild. Here's the article.
So, do we got anything on Les Wexner so far, or like, 'cause the narratives are so confusing.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just too. I'm too tired to late for that. Right now, we're focusing on massive money laundering and the Bannon, Epstein, Dugin, and Azerbaijan, and gun trafficking from Soviet Russia into other countries with Epstein and his
Kaya,
and
you
trying to.
know what bothers me? That even I, in the beginning, because Bannon interviewed during the war about 2, 3, 4 times, also Caroline Glick, and I fell into his trap, and I did not realize what he was up to. I mean, he gave Caroline Glick also a voice on his program, the War Room. Why did he do that? I need to understand motives. I'm interested in motives.
Power, pleasure, and profit.
Pardon?
Power, pleasure, and profit.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 motives of a psychopath. Sorry.
Yeah. But it has to be obsessive. Come on.
They sound cool at parties, eh? That's sarcastic. But yeah, didn't Lex Wessner kind of help funding all of that? I don't know. That's kind of what I'm
No,
looking into.
none of the money's from there. No, it's. Oh boy, the kind of money we're talking about is full country money. Like it's $50 billion from Russia was money laundered.
But why was it all redacted then? Because everything that comes from the file, like, kind of points somewhere else.
Well,
So why?
it's not redacted. We have all the emails, everything related to this. It's like it's all out there. We have it all. So that's why I'm very curious what the administration is going to do, because essentially you would have to open up investigations in all of these organizations. It's
I'm
crazy.
so
This
confused.
is
Just
this is
because.
what bothers me. Will there be accountability? Will there be accountability? This is the most important now.
Well, you're talking about going after nation states like Armenian and Russian oligarchs and weapons trafficking, and you're talking about the fact that that Epstein's name is not really Epstein, and it turns out that he's not Jewish at all, like I've said, and and that he's most likely a KGB sleeper cell. That's literally what he was, a sleeper agent. So this is.
But why don't the Americans learn from mistakes from the past? If the Mossad warned them, the Mossad warned also the Americans 3 years before the fall of the Persian Shah. They didn't listen. They keep doing the same mistake. Why?
because
Why wouldn't they listen?
because there's motivations of money with oil and gas and other reasons. And there you understand the CIA and for many years and the administrations were highly anti-Semitic, highly, highly. So no matter no matter what you said, their focus was always to turn towards the Middle East. There was an obsession with Lawrence of Arabia and Arabism in nearly every administration.
Yeah, most likely that was it.
That was
Most likely that was it. Yes,
yeah. It was
the
always placating.
Lawrence of Arabia syndrome.
Yeah, it was bad. It's cost us a lot of money. So it would have been better had we just, you know, in like, you
It
know, when
cost also, but it also cost American lives.
of course that's that's the most obvious part. The problem is that I don't even want to say what I want to say. I'm going to bed. It's too late and I'm too tired. I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. I was about to say something. Again, this goes back to the fact that we have a lot of individuals that are inside those things are involved with nation states and billionaires and movements all through Europe, all through the Middle East, all through the Caucasus. You understand that he operated at a time when the Soviets fell. So you had your people are not understanding like the time that it was in terms of money being moved. All those countries were under communist control, and then you start to see what was going on. You have it's most people like will not have understanding even where to look for the history of what was going on at those frames when Epstein was involved with all this stuff. All we know is that not his name, not even the name Epstein is the right name for him. He has another name. That name was changed to another name. So again, I know there's probably more passports, but you just have to listen to what Zigo said and what I said from the beginning since last year, July, and we're pretty close to being right about this. And then Angel find all these emails now related to what we're looking at. You understand what oligarchs are, right? You're talking about $50 billion back then, moving it around. The first person that gave Epstein any money was an heiress from Spain tied to the Soviet Union. Okay, so and we don't even know how much money she had and how much she gave him and why did she give him all this money. So you understand? And she was like she was like I think she was widowed or divorced or something, heiress or whatever. Yeah. So um this is I don't know. I also a lot of the documents I don't believe are real. So not the people calling in and reporting crazy things. I don't believe any of those documents. I do believe some of it is tradecraft, but
The emails between Epstein and Wexner, those are fake, you said?
I didn't say those are fake. I'm just saying in general, there's a lot of emails that are not real, and they're created for
Oh yeah, the accusation, totally. I'm sorry.
what?
I'm sorry, I'm not eating at the same
Oh no,
time.
no. There's if any intel agency that's had access to any of those emails, which probably every agency has, uh, everybody would have embedded things. You're talking about drug trafficking and money laundering at scales where it involves like every single Middle Eastern country, every single country post the fall of the Soviet Union. This is not stuff that you want to mess with. Like the Bannon stuff, like even like us talking about the Bannon and the money laundering and these organizations set up in UK and in France and in Italy and the Vatican Church, it was $51 million. Like that is associated with Epstein and Bannon and like allegedly look at the documents. It was a huge scandal and he's supposed to go to jail and it's the Vatican Bank and it's insane. It's insane. All I'm just gonna say is that this whole thing. That's why there's comments about the Catholic Church and his stuff. It would take 10 years for somebody, and even then we would know the whole thing. Because you're talking about, and what's so weird to me is like these are such like I would give immunity from to Bannon and a few others and just be like, just tell us everything. But they're probably all afraid of getting killed. These people at this point. That's why Epstein is took his own life. He wasn't. He went from a life of what he was doing, which was traveling all over the world and meeting people and talking to people, to thinking he's going to be in jail for life. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
When you said the CIA is anti-Semitic, even like after 9/11,
Oh yeah,
how far?
yeah,
You mean ever, forever,
yeah,
always?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's pretty bad. Yeah, pretty bad. Especially after Obama years. Oh my God, yeah, it's horrible. Oh yeah, but all the way back. It is what it is. But there was like 15 countries that warned America prior to 9/11. It's like it's all, you can go through Wikipedia, every single communication, every report, the 9/11 Commission report, who reported things. Israel gave them nearly every name of every potential 9/11 terrorist, but it was already given by France. So this was out there already. These are all the agencies were working together. This was a time in 2001 where there was this huge rise in this kind. From the Heritage Foundation.
The article's in Russian. I actually couldn't even pull up the link because my
Yeah, because it's all targeting the Muslims who are doing it. Yeah? So I see it, and we're talking about this video, and I say, do you know what? I don't care if it incites fear. I'm talking about the video. I don't care if it incites fear. If it stops young girls getting raped. So, Magda, what do you think? Do you think maybe it's time for us?
Okay.
So in Hong
There's a great guy.
So, Magda,
This
what do you
guy
think? Do you
account.
think maybe it's time for us to have a conversation, a real heart-to-heart conversation about Steve Bannon and the things that are starting to be uncovered about his really strange, really weird relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? That's right, Steve Bannon. You know, the guy that spends hours a day on his podcast pretending as though he is this champion for MAGA, for America First, and yet we find out that he spent several years working directly with Jeffrey Epstein in an effort to rehabilitate his image. Not before.
It's actually worse than that. I want to speak to Barbie because she found something that I found, which was Azerbaijan, Epstein, and Steve Bannon, and money laundering stuff allegedly. I found it as well. So I want to know. Yeah, we were talking about it privately, but we need to go through what we both found on this because it's pretty insane. If it's true that they were money laundering through there, essentially to pay for this European campaign to do whatever Steve was doing in Europe after he got kicked out of the administration because he was literally leaking to Michael Wolff, that'd be great to know. Let me see here. This is interesting. What is this? It's from the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Interesting. The mattress actress has been fired. Oh my God, Sloan is so funny. Sloan is so funny. Oh my God. Okay. This is very funny. She's God, the poets of our time, ladies and gentlemen. In honor of Black History Month, Stand With Us has found Ray Charles playing alongside Israel's first Prime Minister Ben Gurion. Oh, speaking of Prime Ministers, Netanyahu is in town and there's meetings going on. Everybody's very upset that they have to shut down the freeway because he is, oh my gosh, because there's such a threat risk to having him assassinated. Let me just see here. Going over the decline and fall of South Africa, this is what happens to any society that embraces. I just posted a very similar thing and then saw your post. This is really sad what happened on Wednesday. Very sad. Okay. And I want to know an update about what happened in Canada with this shooting as well by this transgender person and shot up all these kids at school. Here is Norman Finkelstein with David Duke, E. Michael Jones, Dugan wearing a Palestinian keffiyeh with David Duke. These are great photos. I need to get James in here as well. Let me see where James is. Maybe he'll come in and join us. You guys, the ecosphere of Jew hatred is very interesting. Satanists hanging out with are supposed to be like religious Catholics, which makes no sense to me. and makes no sense at all. And like, this is even crazier here. Hold on one second. And yes, so here it is. This is E. Michael Jones with Nick Fuentes. And then, did Flynn go on Myron Gaines' show? What? 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 What is in these pictures? This is crazy. So for those that don't know, David Duke ran to Russia because he was having issues with the FBI and money issues here in the U.S. And they sponsored his tour throughout the Middle East, and they wrote his book, The JQ Question, in Arabic, and gave him a tour. And he lived in Moscow at an apartment there for over 5 years, and is still operating with the Russians. What's interesting is the network. Okay, so let me just, this network is, so Finkelstein as well, this network is amazing. So all these people that call America and Israel to be dismantled, an imperialist project, these horrible things, they're always backed. I'm sorry, I don't know how more to say this, either by the KGB or FSB institutions of either USSR or present Russia, and it does not end. Like, there's physical evidence. Like, I'm looking with my own eyes. And you guys know, you can follow me for the last 2 years. I'm not like a Russia person. Everybody like knows about this. Like, I was just like, whatever you guys are doing there, it's really weird with Ukraine. Not weird. The whole thing was insane. But just make a deal with Trump. January of 2025, all this could have ended, but no. But you're not. And so when you don't want to go along with Trump's mandate, and you don't want to go along with making a peace deal with our president, and you keep on doing what you're doing, that's it. You're on the outs with me. So, like, that's it. We've tried to bring you in since 2015. The idea from the original crew of the Trump administration was, we're going to pull the Russians away from the Chinese. They're not interested. I've said it repeatedly. We gave you a giant engagement ring. You don't want to fuck with us. You don't want to marry us. You don't want to join us in the free world. I can't help you. I don't know what to do. We've tried so much. It's very bizarre. So you keep running ops, and you're using Tucker, which is the most annoying thing to me, is the whole thing. So go ahead, Max. Max, we another white liberal.
Another scalp by these Zionist supremacists.
No, it's a scalp by the Palestinians. They took another white liberal female. And
you know, it's funny. It's ironic. She said she would never bend the knee for anyone. If that's true, then how do you explain the sex tape?
I know. All the boys want to talk about that. You and Sloan post the same thing.
Ash said it was just like when she was 17 years old to her boyfriend.
It wasn't 17. She was over 18 years old.
There was like a rumor. I think, yeah, I saw the headline. It was a rumor that it was child porn, but then it turns out it wasn't.
It wasn't. She lied repeatedly. She was questioned and lied repeatedly. It wasn't child porn. She was
Yeah, it turns out
18.
she's just like a dumb. She's like just a dumb, like, what's the right
white
word?
liberal chick.
She's a ditz. She's an airhead. Like, and of course she is. And there's nothing wrong with being an airhead, but you don't belong on this panel.
But she should, as somebody said last night,
airheads deserve representation too. This is anti-airhead discrimination.
Representation was like the Muslim Brotherhood Islamist that was.
There was her and Miko Peleg and this other person. It's like, okay, so 3 Islamic supremacists: one who was born a Jew, one who's some sort of weird Catholic, quote unquote Catholic. So 3 Islamic supremacists. One Muslim, one Jew, one sort of Christian, 3 Islamic supremacists.
Okay, I'm gonna play what Thank You said about Carrie Prejean 16 years ago. Listen.
Now, former Miss
Can you change your name to HeZboller, please?
Has decided that she's a victim, and she's going to get a little emotional. She's going to go a little Glenn Beck on us towards the end of the speech. But I found actually the earlier part of the speech even more questionable, to say the least. Let's watch the great and holy Carrie Prejean.
This is 16 years ago.
You know, I am so proud of the stance.
Wait, was this Cenk Uygur?
This is Cenk Uygur show from
making
the
fun
Young
of her.
Turks making fun of her 16 years ago.
Because she's anti-gay marriage, right?
Because she was Yeah, well, no, it's not that's the reason why. It's because she said she was a victim. That's why he goes after her. Now I can guarantee you
She
she's going to
was
be
a
on his
victim. She
show.
was disqualified from. She was disqualified from a pageant for saying she's against gay marriage. She absolutely was a victim.
Yes, she was a victim back then,
But
but
she's also an airhead.
yes, also that. So listen.
Answer that I gave. And God chose me for that moment. He chose me for that moment because he knew that I would not only be the one to stick up for him and for the truth, but also he knew that I am strong enough to get through all of the junk that I have been through.
So I'm going to say this is the horseshoe theory. So you're going to see this is 16 years ago. Young Turks, Muslim Brotherhood guys going after her back then. She's not going to be featured on all their shows. She literally was wearing a Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood flag pin on her. I don't understand what ecosphere we're in, but I can tell you this. The way that the Muslim Brotherhood, this Samira got to her and this infrastructure through the Krizlam movement was through the anti-LGBTQ movement and these different organizations that funded.
She
What?
should have said that she was only She said she made a mistake, and I guess she made a mistake because she's an airhead. And there's airheads on all sides. Okay, I'm not going to say that there's like that everyone who's anti, she's pro HeZboller, she's an airhead. I'm anti HeZboller, I'm not an airhead. But there's certainly people who are anti HeZboller who are airheads. But what she should have done, if she was more clever, she should have said that she, in solidarity with the brave Palestinian people, that's why she opposes gay marriage. She doesn't want to dishonor she respects what the brave, mostly innocent, mostly women and children Palestinian people want by opposing gay marriage.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say anymore. I just want to say this from our best and our brightest.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali. To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like
This is also an airhead. She's just an airhead. There's nothing to do with she's Somali or the fact that she had a fake band-aid on her forehead, or that she got arrested like right after this. This is also airhead behavior out of Mogadishu, Minnesota. So we have airheads. It's okay. It's not a problem. Like last night I was on a private call with some people that are currently in this space. And we said that Carrie should just go and make a sandwich for her husband and sit down.
Did you know that she was like a big time like mask and vaxxer?
Yes, back in the day, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Back in the day. 4 years ago, back
4
in the
years
day.
ago.
But yeah, she was big time. This is just like these these internet moms. They and I don't mean this as and I'm not. God, I hate that I have to qualify this. I don't mean that I'm stereotyping all moms. But they get caught on trends, and basically, Cancer Owens is their Oprah, and so they think that they're doing something. They're confusing activity with productivity. They think if they spend all time freaking out about Israel killing Charlie Kirk, that'll accomplish something. Incidentally, on the note of giving caveats, which I just gave a caveat of, I'm not saying all. I was in a space the other day with like some actual like white supremacists, like borderline Nazis, and I and like and I and I gave my opinion on something, and I was like, I'm coming here to you guys as a Jew, and then I said something where I made like a similar qualifying statement where I'm like, I'm not saying this is true of all of the things, and they're like, you know who we are, right? You don't have to qualify. We know what you're saying. They were like laughing at me for speaking carefully about that thing. Anyway,
You're funny. Barbie, I last night I need to speak to you because and Joel, by the way, also as well. I found some great interesting content on Carrie, who's now was just another white liberal woman who's been taken in by the Palestinians. So we've
one
lost.
other thing, the great John Ekdahl passed away. So if you knew who that was, he was one of the great ones.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you know him?
Peace. No, I did
Oh,
not know
okay.
him.
He was an early Twitter guy.
I just got Twitter 3 years ago. I'm new to the social media game. It was before I lost like 50 IQ points by being on here still. But that's where we're at today. So I'm glad Joel's here and Barbie. Barbie, the Islamist woman from the audience that was managing Carrie and who's involved with Miko Peled, and there's a bunch of these organizations. I have a bunch of research on it. I'm assuming, Joel, did you make your tweet already about these organizations? Where none of their IRS disclosures add up or make sense? Barbie, are you there? Or am I talking to myself?
I'm here. No, I just didn't know if you were asking me or Joel.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Okay, Joel, did you finish any thread? You can unmic on the Samir. Well, there's two. There's twin sisters. So the woman that Carrie took a picture with is a twin. So yes, God made two. One's in med school, and the other one is the math expert who was videotaping Carrie HeZboller prior to her stupid statement. Dan Patrick has now removed her for derailing the whole conference and arguing disrespectfully with everybody on stage. But let me give you some info on the organization so you can start. Oh, that's nice. Somebody reached out to me. That's interesting.
By the way, Israeli media is suggesting that Netanyahu brought a bunch of evidence to Trump of the nuclear program and the ballistic missile program and how it's being accelerated since the 12-day war. And he's expected to present this to Trump at their meeting, which is currently happening now and is taking much longer than anticipated without media.
Oh, that's fascinating. That's very good. Okay, so Joel, are you there? Is your mic unmiked? I can't hear you. I'm gonna rotate you, Joel.
How about no? Can you hear me?
Oh shoot. Okay, I'll bring you back. Sorry, Joel. Hold on, let me bring you back. Carrie HeZboller position. Catholics do not embrace Zionism. It's directly at odds with the Vatican. The last two popes, in fact, said Israel has the right to exist. The very definition of Zionism, let it be universally recognized. Okay, so this is the speech.
I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace. I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace Zionism. Just so you know. Let it be universally recognized that the state of Israel has the right to exist and to enjoy peace and security within internationally agreed borders. I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace Zionism. Just so you know. Sia universalmente riconosciuto che lo Stato di Israele ha il diritto di esistere e di godere pace e sicurezza entro confini internazionalmente riconosciuti.
Oh, that was good. That was good, Joel. But they don't believe. She's part of the group of the pre-Vatican II. They don't believe that there's a pope in the seat right now. Apparently,
I don't think they really. I don't think she's that smart. I like. Yeah, I like. There are people who are like Taylor Marshall. Like has thoughts on. I don't know about he's smart, but Taylor Marshall has actual thoughts on this. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that Carrie HeZboller has like intelligent thoughts. I think she just got kind of taken. Like remember, she's not a devotee of. She's a devotee of Cancer Owens. She's not a devotee of like I can't. I don't think she can articulate.
I sadly had to listen to her interview with Lila Rose, who now is
Am
fighting.
I told? Am I wrong? Am I just completely wrong? Like, does she actually? Does she actually think that like the popes are? Oh, okay.
Well, no, she doesn't say that outwardly, but
It's all
she
an
doesn't say
act.
that.
She's a freaking paid or whatever. Her porn
Mouthpiece.
career or whatever didn't really take off, or her sex tape. I don't know, whatever she was peddling. This is her new grift to
She's
fame.
pretty big on Instagram already. Like she already was. She already was pretty big.
So Barbie,
like there's a big wall. Like you'll have accounts that have like 1 million something followers on Instagram and nothing here. Like that's not a whatever.
Joel, if you can come back up, I sent you the mic. So Barbie, she spent years speaking in evangelical churches as female ministering. Okay, I listened to this whole thing that she said to Lila Rose. So I would love you to confirm that for us. And then she came up with a narrative.
I have no
and
idea how to confirm that because I mean, like publicly, there's public information
No, like
about that.
yeah, that's so like events that she held and spoke at. So there's a whole YouTube video that she did with Lila Rose. Well, there's several.
Well, Lila Rose did an interview of her a couple months ago that
Yeah.
it was still up on her Instagram as of yesterday, and which I thought was very telling. Then that Lila, without naming Carrie, went and gave a very explicit rebuke of her a couple times, and she actually even espoused essentially the same view that is in the video, saying that, well, you know, if being a Zionist means I support Israel's right to exist, then I'm a Zionist, which of course that's the official Vatican position, like on the record, not just the Pope saying those things.
Just so you know, her video calls her Miss MISS CA for California because she's out of California, in parentheses Catholic, and that's like the moniker of her name of the show. So why Miss California became Catholic?
Am I Protestant?
And
like,
she
why? What am I protesting? Well, I'm protesting the Catholic faith, and so I really started to go down into studying. Well, what am I protesting?
Oh,
Who is
yeah.
Martin Luther? So you recently entered the Catholic Church, which is so beautiful. Welcome. Thank you. I think when I first met you, well, now I don't know, 15 plus years ago, I was either just about to enter or I was just entered. I don't remember exactly the timing, but I know for myself, it's been the greatest blessing.
So I'll post it if you want to hear it. She gets.
Can I just
I don't.
clarify one thing?
Yeah.
Actually, Protestantism has nothing to do with protesting the Catholic faith. Protestantism was about protesting the religious persecution under the Catholic umbrella or the whatever, what is it, Anglican Church of England? What the heck is it called? Why can't my brain is not working today? But Protestantism has nothing to do with protesting Catholicism. This is the game. This is about Protestants versus Catholics. This has been the game for a long time. It's very weird. It's very sectarian. From the freaking European people and the Middle Eastern, like weird stuff. We don't have this in America. I don't know why this is being the new. Well, I know why it's being the new op, but it's a very annoying op.
4 months ago is the first time she ever publicly said that she converted. And she said she was studying for years. And I'll send it to you. I had to watch the whole thing because I was, the
No,
more important thing. Yeah. Go ahead, George.
well, I was just going to say, to Barbie's point, I think that what they're trying to do is, it's all just about sowing divisions, all about sowing divisions. I mean, yes, there was. I mean, I guess you would say that Martin Luther was protesting, right, the Catholic Church, but it's not really. That's it's a long time ago, right? And so when we start talking about things that are 5 centuries ago, and now it's really about. And now it's just about people have different traditions, different histories, and whether it be from their families or from their geographic region that they're from, or just things that they believe in, and they gravitate from one to the other, right? This is not necessarily protesting. This is just people choosing whichever collection of beliefs in the marketplace suits them best, right? And that's why it's a very strange formulation. I can't remember the last time I've heard somebody saying something like that.
I think it's a very deliberate formulation because the formulation that is being sold on social media is that Catholics are the only ones who are actually going to protect this country against these Zionists, because Protestantism is going to be lumped in with Judaism. Just give it a minute, give it like a little bit. This is where it's going, because anybody who stands in the way of whatever the agenda is of the powers that be, whether it's the Muslim Brotherhood, whether it's freaking China, Russia, all of them, put together. That's the packaging that you're seeing.
You're just so we're clear, you're saying the so-called self-proclaimed trad Caths, right? And not like just normal, say, Catholics writ large.
No, I mean people who use religion to co-opt power. I don't really.
Right, exactly.
I'm not even going to call them what they are. In my opinion, these are all people who are using like religion and Christianity to co-opt power, and that
could not agree with you
like
more.
The worst
could not agree
thing
with
you
you
can
more.
do in my eyes.
Yeah. Well, especially when you try to lecture those people, including, by the way, priests and bishops. I think there were 2 bishops there too, on what Catholicism supports or does
2
not.
bishops and 1 father, like
right.
I also think the
high-ranking
hubris
people
of
on the
like
panel.
saying, I speak for all Catholics. You just became a Catholic 35 seconds ago. What are you talking about? She makes it seem like she's a cradle Catholic. You became Catholic 35 seconds ago. All of a sudden you speak for all Catholics now?
Right, but I do hope that people can share the video because I spent a lot of time last night compiling that video, but I think it's very powerful for people to see it. No, I know, but I'm saying on their own profiles, if people can repost that, because I think if people can see that video, it's very powerful, right? It goes from her saying Catholics don't support this to the first Pope saying I do support Israel's right to exist, to her saying, Catholics don't, to the next Pope, right, saying that, right? So it goes from Benedict to Francis, both saying that they support, using the exact same language intentionally, right? Israel's right to exist. And I think visually, once you see that, it's kind of hard to take her seriously or anyone who holds that position, espouses that view, because theological Zionism is not the same as political Zionism.
Well, it's
right?
also the word Zionism is, in general, it needs to be a protected word that only people with a certain level of IQ
Right.
should be allowed to say, because it
Yes,
distracts
like
from
at
the
least room
reality.
temperature.
Because no, like before, like the idea is like, I mean, basically, I say who's saying this? They're non-Zionists, right? Like they did not endorse the creation of Israel. They do not endorse the destruction of Israel. They're non-Zionist, but they have. I'm just repeating what you said. Like they have relations with Israel, like they have relations with any other state. They have a special interest in Israel because they want to make sure that Israel is protecting Christian holy sites and the
I would
ability of
actually go
Christians to
further.
access it. But
I
like,
would say, sorry, I would just say
yeah.
that if you support Israel's right to exist, just period, you are a political Zionist.
Well, they don't support it in the sense of like they would lament if the regime, obviously they lament death, like that, that's the standard Catholic line, but if the regime was replaced by another, they wouldn't protest. But if the regime is like, the entire point is it exists and they're going to deal with it. She doesn't understand what she's talking about because she's an airhead. And so she says like anti-Zionism, but like that's like they were anti-Zionist before the creation of Israel. They did not endorse the creation of Israel, which is a completely legitimate position if you believe in Christianity. Of course that's a legitimate position. But
All
it
right,
does
guys.
exist because they don't want to destroy it.
I need to take off. Daddy duty here, but to everyone, it was good chatting, and please do what you can to share this and celebrate her leaving the committee.
Joel, are you still working on the girl there in the organizations? Because we were working
Yes,
on that last night.
I am.
Okay. So I'm going to talk
More
to
to
Barbie
come.
about that. Okay, bye.
Okay.
I'll talk to you
Thank
later.
you. Bye.
So Barbie, if you can look up just a couple of things, because you're in the group chat regarding wait a second. Is this what I think this is? Hold on. Interesting. Okay.
It's a capital B in HeZboller. You have to.
Okay. Let me do it. Okay, give me a second. I have co-host Fred or Barbie. Can you edit?
Well, what do you need? There's nobody requesting. I just brought up
No,
Esther.
I don't
not
see
that.
anybody either.
No, it's here. No, he wants me to capitalize. Max is very demanding. Hold on one second. Hold on. Here, there we go.
Max, are you married?
No, Max is single, ready to get married.
Okay. This'll be cured soon, Max.
I
What?
get everybody married. Max is what.
What'd you say, Fred?
I said this male demanding of females will be cured very quickly.
If she wants to make me co-host, she can.
You see? It's adorable. Okay, so let me go to where is this? Okay, here's this. So I think, yeah, you're in the group chat, Barbie. So let me scroll up to here really quickly. So there's two sisters, they're twins. One is Samira, Sameerah, Munshi, Munshi, and this is the one who's the Bachelor of Arts in Math. She's the one who's involved with Carrie Bowler, not the other sister. The organization.
Hold on 1 second. I have to
Yeah.
drop for 1 second. Will you let me back up?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Like
of
literally
course.
immediately as I'm
Yeah.
going.
Yeah. Let me grab her. Okay, so let me grab her. Give me a second. Okay, and let me grab her. Where is she? Where did she disappear to? Hopefully I didn't remove her from their space. Let me see here. There she is. Okay. Give me a second.
How you feeling, Andrea?
How are you feeling? Yeah, that's true. I wanted to know also.
Hey,
Hey.
thanks for asking. I'm sorry I'm eating
I'm trying to replenish my microbiome right now, so I apologize.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm eating black bean soup, but anyway, I'm feeling better in regards to my infection. My face is getting much better. The pressure's off. I just need to get my energy back up. I just haven't been able to eat for so long. I mean, when you can't do that, you can't recover, right?
100%. Barbie's having a
So,
hard time connecting. One second. Barbie, are you connecting? Can you see her connecting? Anybody?
no, I don't see her connecting.
I
So I
see her
have a
connecting.
Okay.
so just so you know, Stealth, I did multiple posts on the Sharia law hearing. I have a couple more but I'm gonna attempt to do. But if you want to go down my timeline when you get to that point,
Yes, I will definitely.
yes. Can I put them up in the upper bubble
Yeah,
or
go
no?
ahead. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Barbie, are you there? Barbie, are you there now? You're rubber banding a little bit. I don't know if you're driving. So the
Can I ask,
organization.
was Pam Bondi, was she auditioning to take over the Commerce Secretary job when Lutnick gets turfed? Because she is like reading from the wrong notes.
Oh boy, what did she do?
She was just went out and gave this whole statement about the economy, and it's like,
Oh
ma'am,
god. Oh my
ma'am,
god.
that's not your job.
Oh my
Sorry.
god. Oh my god.
Please stay in your
Somebody,
assigned seat.
everybody, like, can somebody take control of the women right now? What's going on? Like, I can only do so much. And I lost Barbie again. Well, give me. I just want to. Okay, shoot. I really want to go through this with her. I'm gonna have to just call her. Go ahead, SD. So for those that want to do some research, it's called the Coalition of Virtue, and the way that the Muslim Brotherhood and the Qataris have gone in to infiltrating in MAGA is they go from the right and from the left. The Chinese do this too, but less so than the Qataris and the Muslim Brotherhood. So on the right, some of them went after the LGBTQ stuff, not the Linda Sarsour people, because they only talk about merging with the left. But the Qataris fund a whole group of individuals that go in through the right. So this woman who was giving the talking points to Carrie HeZboller, capital B, for Hezbollah, Samira Munshi, she is involved with this organization called Coalition of Virtue. She's involved with a guy, Miko Peled, whose niece was killed by Palestinian terrorists brutally before. His father was, I think, a general in the Israeli army. He's one of those, anti-Zionist, self-hating Jews, grifters.
He's
Very
like far
wealthy.
beyond. He's like I would say he's basically the same as Alon Mizrahi, actually.
Well, for other people, they have no idea who that is. So I'm going to, for regular
The
Americans, I'm
point is
going
he's
to.
like full on like pro Hamas.
Yes, he's full on pro Hamas. That's absolutely correct. Yes. So there's multiple organizations that this young 25-year-old girl is leading and the director of, which apparently everything that all the incels tell us is that, oh my gosh, they can't even open up an LLC. Well, she's managed to open up many organizations under her tutelage of Carrie HeZboller. So Barbie, the one of them is the Coalition of Virtue, where she's executive director and research fellow, and it's supposedly a faith-based civic organization. That's how we believe she met or coordinated with Carrie because of Carrie's work on anti-LGBTQ stuff.
Can you give me her name one more time? I got
Yeah.
close. I just want to write this down so I
Yeah.
can research it when I'm.
Yeah, you're in the go to the group chat of the
Okay.
and it's the group chat on Signal, the Miko Pellet one. In there you'll see the PDF file that we created
That's
on
her
her.
name. Okay, got it. I was like,
That's her
what is
name.
this? Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's yeah. So the reason why this is important is because this woman with Miko Pellet were somehow funded by someone. We will figure that out shortly. It could be our US tax dollars, it could be God knows what. But they subverted and really harmed the coalition movement under Trump's administration. So she had her background's out of Brown, of course, and I need Niznelli in here as well because
What is her affiliation with the Trump organization? I'd like to know.
so she was brought onto that panel and organization through the Trump administration.
By who? Do we know by who? No.
We don't know by who yet, and it's through the LGBTQ side of things because this woman went on stage and was fighting for rights in Missouri again with parents, conservative parents. So it's part of that op, if you remember.
They always get in through these Trojan horse issues,
Yes.
like
Yep.
Ukraine, LG. They
Yep.
just weasel their way in.
Yeah, so the medical freedom, I mean the religious freedom, medical freedom, masking, whatever they can. So so she does Muslim advocacy and quite a bit. So she's part of the religious liberty advocacy group. She was invited by Carrie. She started filming prior to Carrie starting to speak, gave her the talking points. She's invited with Miko Pellet as well. So let me see here. She does educational policy summits. So there's some events she did in Saudi Arabia, and there's some out of Texas, which is called the Column, QALAM. And there's many things on YouTube regarding this. It's a very radicalized. It's out of Saudi Arabia, but it's these organizations are based out of Texas, and I think in one other state. Let me pull it up here. Let me get you that. 1 second. We've taken everything we can. Oh yeah, it's called Column, QALAM. She attended an Arabic summer program in Mecca in Saudi Arabia as well. She's involved with these Muslim student centers. She was a community assistant for the Office of the Chaplains and Religious Life as well. But through
Whose Office of Chaplains?
I think it was through Brown.
Through the university, okay.
Yeah, university. It's all in the group chat. If you scroll the group chat, Barbie, you'll see everything. So she's presently at the Column Seminary program. She's at Brown, a BA Mathematics, BA Political Theory. Very smart. Her and her twin sister are very smart. So presently, she's the advisor of the White House Religious Liberty Commission, 2024 Executive Director, Coalition of Virtue, 2023 Research Fellow, Coalition of Virtue. She was a guest panelist at the Veritas Forum at Brown, guest speaker at Princeton University's Respect Life Sunday, guest speaker at the Parental Power Summit. That's how she got in. Guest contributor at the Yaqeen Institute's Dogma Disrupted podcast, YAQEEN. She's published In the Pursuit of Knowledge and God at Brown. She does an address to Montgomery County Public School District. That's the one that testimony to the Religious Liberty Commission as well, as she's given. This is 4 months ago. This is her opening prayer there.
Hi, my name is Samir Munshi. I was born and raised in Southwest Missouri, where, as you can probably imagine, I grew up involved in a lot of interfaith conversations. And these conversations led me to my work today as
her father is a Muslim from India, and the mother is a white lady. She wears a full hijab, like a full covering and everything. She's gotten even more extreme. But they started her off in high school, very smart, and then in university.
Activist and advocate for the Muslim community in America. I'm the former executive director of the Coalition of Virtue, and I currently serve on an advisory board to the Religious Liberty Commission. I was asked to speak today because of my work with families and students in Montgomery County, Maryland during the 2023 school district opt-out protests. The efforts of these families ultimately led to the Supreme Court case, Mahmoud versus Taylor, that recently ruled in favor of their rights. Today, I want to share more about what
she's involved in the Mahmoud versus Taylor lawsuit, and she was involved with the walkout. And it was because they didn't want to have, like all of us on the conservative side, this, any sex education in school at all, right? But especially the LGBTQ stuff. Go ahead, Cyber, what were you going to say?
It's not related to this. So
so then hold on. Yeah.
During that time in organizing, why it matters, and what I believe this commission can do to meaningfully protect freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, especially in the classroom. To begin, I'll offer some background, as Svetlana probably already gave most of it, but in 2023, Montgomery County Public School System, while instituting mandatory classroom content on issues of gender and sexuality, stated they would no longer allow parents to opt their children out of such content when in the past they had. As a result, many families, including Muslim, Christian, and Jewish parents and students, were concerned, to say the least. And Muslims quickly realized, as she mentioned, it's a religiously diverse community, and with a lot of Muslims in the Muslim community there, realized that we needed to do something about what was going on. So Muslim leaders reached out to these other faith communities to organize and make our voices heard. And we faced a lot of backlash. In that backlash, we were called things like white supremacists and backward. We were reminded that Muslims are not only marginalized religiously, but in every move we make, we are treated as outsiders whose rights are conditional or an afterthought. What happened in Montgomery County was not about Muslims and other people of faith trying. So that's how she got in. And that's like the platforming. That's how she got onto the council. And this is 4 months ago where she gave this speech. But we have to look at the university situation at Brown and the Qataris' involvement at Brown University, the K through 12 choices program, along with her activism there. So that's where we need to look at. But she gave the exact talking points to Carrie. She read from her phone, just like they always do at these protest groups. They use the white liberal woman. I'm calling Carrie a white liberal woman at this point because she decided to wear the Palestinian Marxist, commie flag on her. So then the Yakin, like this is, so it's with Imam Tom Fashin, FACCHINE. So this is another. If we cannot secure the next generation, this is an existential crisis. I really do think it rises to that level. If Muslims do not participate in local politics. So this guy was actually also wearing regular clothes, not wearing his imam gear. He acted like he's just like a guy with a suit and a parent in Missouri, and went on a bunch of Fox News shows as well. So that's another thing to look into, is the Yakin Institute and the funding. Now, one of the most radicalized guys is out of there. He's the one that spoke at all those Arab conferences that Stu had posted about, where they said to dismantle America and death to America. So here is Dr. Omar Suleiman is part of their series and their institute. It's and it's all about the genocide. So this is, if you hear bombing, say Alhamdulillah. This is the Gaza series. This is from the Yakin Institute as well. And I just want to tell you who else is one of their guest lecturers. Barbie, I hope you're tracking all of things that I'm telling you. It is Munthar. So the Reverend Munthar, the liberation theology leftist that Tucker had on his show, the guy who's speaking, half of Gaza's Christians are gone and they're all dead. This the lying guy, he's got 154,000 views. This one, who they bring out, Dr. Munthar.
So I nominate that Tucker's going to have her. He's going to be the first one that has her on her show. The show.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Wonder Isaac, it's an absolute blessing to be with you. Someone that I've had the blessing of getting to know virtually. We were supposed to connect in person on one of your trips to the United States, inshallah, in the future. We must make it happen for sure. Okay, so he wears a collar as if he's like a Catholic priest, but he's not. So this is another this merging of Chrislam, but these are really they're just all Hamas or Palestinian, and Muslim, but they just pretend like they're Christian, is insane to me. I don't know how you're not afraid of God. I can't even, it just blows my mind what's going on. And the fact that he wears a collar as if he is a Catholic, which he's not, is insane to me as well. And nobody can correct these people because the grift is so insane that it's, so he's part of the Lutheran church in Bethlehem, which gets attacked regularly by the Palestinians, and yet he says whatever he needs to say. So this is the organization that this girl is a part of. So anybody could have done this research, including the administration, no vetting whatsoever on what this girl's been involved with, who's on the board panel and who was training and coaching. So this is another .org organization to look at for those doing research. And then then they have there's a thing called How Taqiyya Became an Islamic Talking Point, a blank check to lie. And then they tried to explain Taqiyya. And then Mahmoud Khalil is one of their main guest speakers. So do you understand now who's involved with this institute and this girl's involvement with all these individuals? And it's very,
that's why I said yes. I did that post yesterday, and thank you for sharing that, Stealth. I said she invoked the fatwa on the Christian community and the Jewish community in that hearing because of her connections, right?
yeah, I mean, no, she was doing her job. That's to subvert
Exactly. But
the,
I'm saying she's going, she throws back Islamophobia, Well, of course she did because of all the connections she has. She threw that back to a Jewish guy. I don't know if I think he was a rabbi. I'm not sure. Don't
He was
quote me on
he
that.
was the head of the university, YU University
Oh, okay, okay.
in New York, yeah. But oh, this is interesting. The Salahuddin Generation official trailer. So they're making a movie because they literally reinvent history of the takeover of the Middle East by the Ottoman Empire and by the um, um, destruction of Jerusalem. They've completely remade it. So Raymond Ibrahim talks about this in his interviews with Trigonometry. Why terrorism depends on who pulls the trigger. So again, all this language and all these individuals are part of that Qatari infrastructure, from what I'm looking at. And it's very well curated. Each video is at least 80,000 views on here. And it's full propaganda. I'm just going through and I'm screen recording the feed so that people understand. Reverend calls out Christian Zionists and evangelical Christians. That's Munther as well, Barbie. I'm sure you're gonna love this podcast. With Dr. So it's like a whole thing.
Reverend Dr. Munder Ishaq, Munder Isaac. It's an absolute blessing.
They're all glowing and smiling because it's Hamas kissing Hamas, and he's wearing supposedly a Catholic collar, and he's not Catholic. This whole thing is so weird. This bastardization of religion is very, very concerning to me. Anyways, more shall be revealed, as we say. So that's the Yakin Institute, which this girl's involved with. And then what else?
Can I just read what Donald Trump put out about the meeting with Netanyahu?
Yeah.
I have just finished meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and various of his representatives. It was a very good meeting. The tremendous relationship between our two countries continues. There was nothing definitive reached other than I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated. If it can, I let the Prime Minister know that that will be a preference. If it cannot, we will just have to see what the outcome will be. Last time, Iran decided that they were better off not making a deal, and they were hit with Midnight Hammer. That did not work well for them. Hopefully, this time they will be more reasonable and responsible. Additionally, we discussed the tremendous progress being made in Gaza and the region in general. There is truly peace in the Middle East. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
So that's it for now.
That's it. Everything else is, there was no media in no Q&A after the meeting. So you got 6 more days until Ramadan starts and the new moon, where the sky will be dark. Keep it in mind.
One second here. 0 Hour just posted something about Carrie HeZboller. He's so fun. He's a funny guy.
Just very briefly, Mark Carney was out doing another one of his events, talking to the camera, obviously not taking questions, but he said we have a series of opportunities to deepen our commercial relationship with Turkey, include aspects of defense. This is expected to mean drones and nuclear cooperation. So Mark Carney's just rubbing salt in Trump's eyes, basically as much as he can at this point.
And as it's related to the discussion today, Candace Owens just showed a clip or shared a clip on YouTube saying Megyn Kelly was right in regards to pushing back on Pierce Morgan. So this is just gonna, oh my gosh, I just can't believe the interweb of people that are just celebrating this woman.
By the way, Barbie, I don't know if you saw, J.D. Vance deleted his post about the Christian genocide in Armenia, the Armenian genocide. And there's actually a lot of Israelis and Jews pushing back on the deletion of it as well, which I did not support him deleting it. John Eibner made a statement. He says the VP's deletion of this post about the first genocide of Christians of the 20th century should have produced an outcry among self-respecting American Christians, but the silence has been deafening. It is further amplified by the vice president's continuing silence about the Christian prisoners held by his hosts in Baku and Yerevan, and the right of the 150,000 ethno-religiously cleansed Armenian Christians of Nagorno-Karabakh to return to their homes. Now, the Armenian base of about 2 million Armenians in California, they vote for Adam Schiff, but ultimately they vote for Trump. So they vote like presidentially wise, but they will vote for people that support their efforts regarding the Armenian genocide. So just so you know, it's a little inside track on that stuff. So there was a war, obviously, with the Nagorno-Karabakh, and that guy Robert Armstrong, who's involved as a I think registered agent representing the Russian-backed Armenian who tried to topple the Armenian government recently, who was on Tucker's show. They spoke about the situation with this, but Trump made a deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia, a peace deal, and so they're trying to push back against that. And so this caused a confliction with JD Vance posting of this because of the tensions between that peace deal and also because basically of Turkey and Erdogan. So it'll be interesting to see what the blowback was. These are two bizarre self-inflicted wounds on JD Vance's team who are writing his post for him, one being on the day of the Holocaust remembrance, International Holocaust Remembrance last week, and now on the Armenian genocide, where he's there for that reason, him and his wife bringing flowers. It's a real mess. This is very interesting. Somebody put a statement out. They wrote, Jews did not crucify Jesus because Jews did not and do not crucify. That's a Roman execution method. Nor did Romans wash their hands after the deed was done. That's a Jewish custom, i.e. netilat yadayim, which Orthodox Jews still practice, which we do. I do. Furthermore, we wash our hands before we eat and say a prayer. Furthermore, the Sanhedrin never convened on festivals and very rarely applied the death penalty. Talmud itself even states that a Sanhedrin which puts a man to death once in 7 years is called a murderous one, Makot 110. On the rare occasion that they did put convicts to death, it was via strangling or stoning, not crucifixion. And they sure as FUCK wouldn't call upon the Romans, their worst enemies, to put to death a man who under Jewish law committed no crime at all. If you're that mad about Jesus' death, go vandalize a pizzeria or something. It was Italians, white Europeans, your ancestors, Parisian, who killed him. Leave us the F alone. Oh my gosh. This person went all out. Stupid, spoiled, wretched, right-wing, Neanderthalic, Nazi Barbie
Who
brat.
wrote this?
What?
Who posted that?
I don't know this account. It's Angry Levantine, which is a person from Lebanon. I thought this person was Catholic, but
I saw that.
she's
I saw that post.
yeah. You saw it?
I saw it this morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their account is locked. I can't see anything.
Yeah. Well, I see the post. I can't retweet it, but yeah, it's she called her Nazi Barbie brat. I see her as a white liberal woman actually, and a Palestinian. Like Chuck Schumer, there's a bunch of Palestinians that have emerged and have transformed from being American. So I see her as a lefty, but spicy take. It was right underneath the post that I was reading, and I could not read it. So,
anyways, anytime I meet someone who says Jews killed Jesus, I'm like, well, you wouldn't have Christianity if Jesus didn't die. So that's my response, because the whole
premise.
ethos of
That's not really what it's about, though, right? They're calling you a Christ killer for denying him to this day.
Yeah, that's why.
It was very funny. I just want to state none of us support vandalizing pizzerias. I think that would be
yeah, we disavow
unacceptable.
all. Don't touch pizzerias. Pizza is what makes the world go round. Literally. What? What? Were you gonna say something?
The thing with the pizzas.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, because there was a whole pizza thing going on with Epstein files for some reason. That went around X. I was just curious if that comment
No,
was regarding
no,
that.
no.
No, it was the person said go vandalize a pizzeria, and it's because we're talking to these mentally unstable leftists. We do need to clarify that you actually don't get to take out your anger by vandalizing pizzerias.
I feel like they should just like get coloring books and like take out their anger that way because it's much healthier for them. Like don't go vandalize anything.
Well, in her case, if she really wants more attention and she does need to get her anger out, she should probably just have a pillow fight with her girlfriends and she could film it.
Stealth, can I just interject real quick because I gotta go get ready to go get my kids, so I can't stay
Yeah.
on long. But I just don't understand why we're putting up Catholics, and I mean I have Catholics in my family that are not truly Catholic or don't espouse the rules of the church.
She was an exception. She slipped in through allegedly Sergio Gore, and she's a long time acquaintance of Trump since 2009 because he ran Miss USA. There
Oh,
was
right,
real
right.
Catholics on that board. There was 2 bishops and 1 father. Like there was
I'm
a
sure they're
ton.
like embarrassed.
They were disrespected. She argued back
Yeah,
with them. Like
yeah,
they had to read scripture to her. Like
yeah. It's
it was
insane.
the disrespect of the years of
I mean,
their
she sounded like Candy
learning.
Owens. She sounded like Candy Owens.
No, she sounded like every
She is a
single.
Candace Owens super fan. She watches every episode. She posts
Oh,
about every episode.
oh, that's disgusting.
So,
Oh, yeah.
think about this. Candace Owens is on for what, 2 hours, 3 hours?
1
She
hour a
does that.
day.
She doesn't listen. This is not someone who listens to the priest at church. This is not someone who like reads who reads the whatever I don't remember the Catholic terms, but she's not someone who like reads.
Scripture.
And I don't know if she knows how to read. That's why she's a Candace Owens fan.
Well, I mean, if she's
So
taking tips from a pro pal on what to say up there, that's as a Catholic representative, that's a problem
No,
in and
she
of
was
itself.
actually reading script. So that's why, like, you got to understand, their religion is Palestinianism.
Right.
Whatever they're espousing about their actual Christian faith, they completely bastardize it and
Yeah,
disrespect it and lower it and use it as a skin suit, like I said
100%.
yesterday, to run a literal left wing Marxist Muslim Brotherhood narrative. She read off her phone like all the other morons do, these female ones with the crop top keffiyehs, all of them ugly. This is the first pretty one they got. She's the first